What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? We are live. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Yeah, breaking news. Is that what you want to call it? Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on? Welcome. I'm back. I'm back. Ran around all day. Hello, though, everybody. What is going on with you guys tonight? Hopefully, all of you are doing great. I am glad you're here with me. Make sure you hit the like button. It's free 99. It costs 0 cents. And we have a few things to discuss, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we do. Well, last night I had a members only live. I was doing a spirit box session. Some people don't like spirit box sessions, so I was doing that. I got a text message, right? I got a text message from the number that Dave called from on the podcast. Yeah, the phone, the call that all of you heard. Yeah, I got a phone, or I got 4 phone calls, 4 missed phone calls, and 1 text message that said I was a piece of shit. So I responded back. I said, wow. I said, it's been how long since that phone call? About 29 days. And now you want to decide to message me when the phone call goes viral from everybody who posted it all over the internet? Well, Dave, if you're listening, buddy, you know why I called you last night, or when you called me 4 a.m. this morning. If that is really not Bryan Kohberger allegedly speculating, because a lot of people believe it's you. Professionals hit me up. They think it's you. Why don't you answer the phone and let me know that it's not? And stop being, don't be a coward. These families, these victims that are going through stuff, they don't need to have this phone call on the internet surfacing around as Bryan Kohberger. If it's not Bryan Kohberger, so it'd be best if you maybe reached out again or answer your phone when I call, instead of saying I'm a piece of shit. But instead, I've been trying to clear this up for weeks now. You got news stations hitting me up. You got the New York Times newspaper hitting me up. You got everybody and their mom hitting me up over this phone call. And all it takes is you to, answer your phone when I call you. You called me at 4 a.m. this morning, my time, 4 times in a row. I don't know if it's a troll that's calling from that number or what, but it'd be respectful to clear that up for the victims' families. You get what I'm saying? I feel like so please, maybe you can message me, let me know you got it. But yeah, what's going on, everybody? Welcome. What's up, Athena? What's going on? Traditional healing. Thank you for your thorough coverage, T-REV. My husband and I are big fans. Welcome. Thank you. I appreciate you. Jim, hold up. What is that? Jim app? I'm just gonna say Jim Apartment. So I don't even know what to call you, but welcome. Nice to see you. Replay crew, what's going on? Patty, how you doing? Traditional healing. She peace up sign. What's going on though? Patty, Miss Thing Bag. What's going on, Miss Thing Bag? I'm about to just call you Lynn. What up, Lynn? What's going on? Danielle, how you doing? Julie, how you doing? Katie, what's going on? Georgia Patriot, what's up? Ken Riley, what's going on? I have a strong feeling that Kohberger will fry, says Ken. Fry that motherfucker. Get him up. Get him out of here.
Get the fuck out of
here. Yeah, what's going on, Miss Bad Thing? Welcome. Betty, what's going on? How you doing? Hopefully you've been well. Holly, how you doing? Hopefully you've been well. Shelly, how you been? She says hi, everybody. She says best channel by far. Holly, what's going on, Holly? All right, but I want to read what some of y'all had to say to what I just told you guys. Because I got a message from this phone number last night. The call that everybody says is Bryan Kohberger. Even his friend or 2 of his friends came out and said that's 100% Bryan Kohberger. What did I always tell you? Unconfirmed. But if friends are saying it, then I got to believe it. But then I get a message last night and 4 missed phone calls. Yeah, we'll talk about that. We will talk about that. So it's like, it's a little bit weird, in my opinion, that I get a phone call from that number. The exact number that called me December 15th at 12:33 a.m. messages me last night, calls me a piece of shit. But yet, He's not talking about the TikTokers that made that clip go viral and the people on Twitter, Facebook. I mean, it's accumulated over 20 million views all across every platform. Mine being the least. Seriously. So, I mean, we missed you, Barbara said. What's going on, Barbara? How you doing? LaDonna Stafford said, oh, my God. Hold on, let me hit it for you one time.
Oh my God!
Fry him, allegedly. Lynn says, fry him. Brianna, poor Dave can never catch a break. What do you mean? So you think it's so, Brianna? Let me ask you a question. Somebody passes away in your family. There's a phone call that's on the internet. You decided to troll a podcast one night, right? So let's say you trolled a podcast one night, called in about a family. There's 4 victims here. They're gone. Their family members are watching, and they come across this phone call that's viral on the internet. And it's just cool to leave that out there. If that's really not him, you need to come forward and say, hey, that's not him, so we could go ahead and put that shit to rest. Because you got over 50,000 people thinking it's him. Then you got other people that think it's not him. So it's like, why don't you clear the confusion instead of being a little troll? You know what I mean? But yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Yes, 4 times. Shells, what's going on? He should have stood up for himself then. The internet is ruthless. And you're absolutely right about that. We're going to dive into this, though. I just wanted to let you guys know that. What's up on the case with Jenny? How you doing? Shannon, what's going on? Welcome, Jesse. I see you, Jesse Lynn. What's going on? Jim Puff, what in the hell? Call in, Dave. Yeah, call in, Dave. The phone lines will be open after this. After I check this out from Nancy Grace, because I know she's talking her shit in this. And we're going to listen to it together. Let's pop it off.
Ever been so enthralled with a podcast it stays with you long after the episode ends? There's an Apple TV Plus original series called Truth Be Told. People respond and McKibben for you to protect your identity and Nancy.
Don't care about that, Nancy. Nancy.
You never have to know
the connection between at Fox Nation and Sirius XM 111. First of all, take a listen to our friends at Fox 13 Seattle.
David Rose actually asked a retired Seattle police detective about why investigators have not revealed a possible connection between him and the victims.
You never have to know why it happened. You just have to show that it happened. I mean, everybody wants to know why, and the link between this guy and the victims, and maybe it'll come out in the future, but it's not necessary for a successful prosecution.
Well, he's absolutely correct about that. I've got an all-star panel to break down what we know right now. But before I go to Fox senior correspondent Laura Ingle, let me hit Dale Carson, high-profile lawyer out of Jacksonville, and more important to me, he's a former Fed with the FBI, former cop in Miami-Dade. Certainly no lack of business there. You can find him at...
I'm sorry. Hold up. Wolfpack, I need to respond to this. One text does not clear anything. Your voice is everywhere on 15 million, 20 plus million views. A text does clear nothing. We ran a test in Discord. You can spoof somebody's phone number. So people can take my podcast number, 219-885-9693, and literally clone that number and call anybody with it. There's apps out there that let you do that for $1 easily. Just like that. Just like that.
At Dale Carson law.com. Dale, the state never has to prove motive ever under the law. But I always try to give the jury a motive or some sort of a connection between the victim and the defendant because they're looking for that. And if you don't give it to them, I don't mean just anything you can dig up. I mean the motive, the connection. They could go back to the jury room and think, wow, you know what? There's a lot of forensic evidence, but he never even met these people. There's got to be another way to explain why his DNA was on the knife sheath. If you don't give them a motive or a nexus, you're going to have a problem come verdict time.
Well, that's absolutely right, Nancy. You're so right. The idea that humans in a jury panel can convict somebody just based on circumstantial evidence, which we've seen put together in the arrest affidavit, is very difficult for the prosecution. And it's one of the ways the defense attorneys poke holes in that kind of circumstantial case. All you have to do as a defense attorney is present reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm. Such as, Sydney, sitting here at the studio, had never even met Dale Carson before.
Oh, yeah. By the way, guys, while we're listening to this, thank you, the lady Cara. I appreciate you. While you're listening, get your notes ready because I'm opening the lines after this. I'm going to let this run through. I'm going to shut my big ass mouth. We're going to listen to this. I know all of you more than likely seen the documents. If you haven't, I'll post them somewhere for you so you can go through them. Get whatever you want to talk about ready. I think I'm going to load up 5 to 6 minutes. We're going to start phone calls and we're going to get in. I want to hear what you guys think about it. Everybody or people that dug into this, call me. Let me know what your thoughts are on the unsealed warrant for Bryan's apartment.
Or her fingerprints turn up at the murder scene. Hey, maybe she was just there for a party earlier. A little chip and dip went down. That doesn't mean she's the killer. Well, of course she is the killer, but one juror could just be the fly in the ointment if you don't give a motive. But again, let me reiterate, state never has to prove motive, but do we finally have a link between Bryan Kohberger, the PhD hopeful in criminology, and the four, and I can only describe them as beautiful young Idaho University students. Take a listen now to our friend Dave Mack at crimeonline.com.
Just 2 weeks before 4 University of Idaho students were murdered last November, Bryan Kohberger sent a series of messages to one of the victims on Instagram. An investigator close to the case tells people in late October, an account authorities believe belonged to Bryan Kohberger sent a greeting to one of the female victims. And when he didn't get a reply, he sent several more messages to her. The source said he slid into one of the girl's DMs several times, but she didn't respond. Basically, it was just him saying, "Hey, how are you?" But he did it again and again and again and never got a reply.
Shout out to Laura Engel joining me. Laura, it sure is an honor and a privilege to have you with us here today on Crime Stories. Laura Engel, senior correspondent, Fox News Channel. Here's the irony, Laura Engel. The girl or girls, or even Ethan, but I think it was one of the girls, may have never known that Kohberger was DMing them, which is, I actually got a question last night on Twitter. What is a DM? It's a direct message. And that means that you can, if you post something on Insta, everybody that follows you is going to see it, but you can direct message. Let's just say I have Laura Engel's Insta. I can DM her, direct message her, and everybody else in the world doesn't see it. So Laura Engel, the girl or girls may not have even seen his messages, his barrage of messages.
That's correct. And of course, this news coming to us from a source that spoke to People magazine about this, but you can only imagine that we are knowing this now because the phone was handed over. The parents, I think, have looked through the phone.
Make sure you get them likes up. Like I said, I'm opening the lines right after this. Matter of fact, let me open it right now. What? Somebody said, I don't fucking know out there. What's going on? Hold on. Let me get this plan. I'm opening the line.
I don't know the chain of custody that her phone went through, but it has been revealed now that it looks like there was a message coming from somebody that appeared to be Bryan Kohberger. And you're right, the direct message thing, it happens to me. I have an Instagram, a public one, Laura Engel TV. And if somebody messages me from a post that I make or a great report last night or something, I will see it. But if I'm not following that person, it'll go to this kind of envelope that I forget about. So there's sometimes I'll go, oh yeah, I need to look at that. You need to accept the messages, and there'll be a long string of, random strangers saying things. And sometimes I don't see it. And then you can either accept that message, you can delete that message. Sometimes they're creepy messages, as we all know, being on Instagram. So there is a very big chance that she or he, whichever victim this was, didn't see those messages because there wasn't a reply according to the source.
I've got so many awesome experts. Did you just hear everything Laura Engel just said? She knows every minute detail of this case, and she can deliver it in a way that it all makes sense. Before I go out to digital forensics examiner Giovanni Masucci, Cheryl McCollum, Laura Engel said something that really perked my ears up. And that was, she mentioned chain of custody of the phone. Guys, with me, Cheryl McCollum, a forensics expert and founder of the Cold Case Research Institute. You can find her at coldcasecrimes.org. Oh, and she's a star of a hit new series. It's a podcast called Zone 7. Can you hurry up with some more podcasts, Cheryl? This once a week business is not doing it for me anymore. Cheryl.
Oh, hell nah. Nope. Hold up. Fuck that. That's got to be fixed right now. Not happening. Get the hell out of here with that shit. Holy crap. My bad. That was torture. Okay, here we go.
Really, with all other evidence, you have to have a chain of custody. Here's a good example, Cheryl McCollum. I was prosecuting a serial killer, and I could get him for sure on one murder of a Jane Doe.
Right, it's done now.
So I went for that. I left everything else out because it wasn't as strong, and I didn't want to dilute my strong murder case with some very weak evidence in other victims' cases. So I went forward, and I had an awesome homicide detective. Well, listen to this. He gets the DNA from the defendant, takes to the crime lab, and then listen to this. You might need to sit down, everybody. About, 3 weeks before trial, I get a call from the crime lab that says, "Who brought this over? It's not signed." I just gave myself chills, which means he did everything right, but he forgot to put the piece of evidence tape over it and sign his name and the date and time, which means it broke the chain. The chain of custody means if you don't have every minute accounted for with a piece of evidence from the time police find it till the time it's presented to a jury, then the chain has been broken and it will not come into evidence. It can't be corroborated. So this is what I did, just the end of that story. I still had time under discovery. I ran, and you recall my personal detective, Ernest Denismith. We ran, we sped in that old county-issued Crown Victoria to the Fulton County Jail. I had the defendant pulled out. I stared at him the entire time through a glass wall, and I watched the nurse take his DNA. I watched her put that in a sealed envelope. She gave it to Ernest. He signed it. He came and got in the car with me. Of course, we always fought over who was going to drive. I let him drive because you know how men are, control freaks. I let him drive to the crime lab. We walked it in together, and we handed it not just to the receptionist, who's awesome, but to the scientist. We redid the DNA on a rush order in time to hand it over to the defense prior to trial, just in the nick of time. Oh, dear Lord in heaven. Can you even imagine, Cheryl? So,
no.
Well, let's test this out. Nancy, shut the up.
That's why I know. It makes me very anxious to even retell that story. But Laura Ingalls said chain of custody on the phone. But with a phone, Cheryl, do we need the actual phone, or can we go into the iCloud?
Well, it's going to be both. I mean, you've got a couple things going on here. Mm-hmm. The phone is going to be paramount for me as far as his phone. Let's start with the accused first. His searches, his pings, and who he communicated with, whether or not they communicated back. Because we're not talking about what they knew. We're talking about what he knew and what he did. Mm-hmm. Then when you've got the victim's phones, again, you're going to be able to see any communication between them. And I want to start, even if there is a stalker, because remember, Kaylee told people she had a stalker. Her daddy said she had a stalker. The guy at the vape store said they were talking about her having a stalker. So did she ever text that to anybody? Did she ever say, "Hey, Maddie, y'all come here, this guy's here again," or "I feel like I'm being followed"?
Can I just try to get the bus back in the middle of the road? Cheryl McCollum, see, you have so much information and that beautiful head of yours. nice way of saying, I'm talking about him DMing one or more of the four victims.
Damn, you're going to need that.
And
they're going to be able to tell that from his
Laura
phone.
Engel said chain of custody. Giovanni Masucci, senior digital forensic examiner. Giovanni, thank you for being with us. Giovanni,
you're welcome.
I like Cheryl, I want to hand the phone over to the expert, you in court, and say, tell me everything. But what if the chain has been broken, chain of custody? Can't you pull everything down from the iCloud?
Not everything. I want to have the actual phone.
Okay, that's not at all what I wanted you to say, but go ahead. I'm sitting down. I may need to lay down for this. Go ahead, Giovanni.
Okay, you can pull a lot of data. It depends what's being backed up off the phone. So that's where the issue is, because not everybody puts everything in the iCloud.
You know, I never select anything. I just assume everything's going to an iCloud.
No, there's some defaults, but if you want additional data, like your social media, if you want text messages, any type of communications, phone data going to be backed up, you basically have to click that in there under your general section, under services. But it doesn't all go up there. So the best bet is to have the actual phone. Now, having the phone of the victims, the tools now are so advanced, and they can incorporate, they can ingest all these phones at once into a digital intelligence solution. And what it'll do, they will correlate and graph.
Okay, yeah, you're way. I need a war room for this. Okay, my little flow charts are. Now, just slow down just a little bit. Go back like 3 sentences. What with me, Giovanni Masucci, and it sounds like Laura Engel and Cheryl McCollum are correct. We are going to need the
Dave, please call me back, you mother.
Actual phone. We're going to have to show the chain, and we're going to have to, if we can't show the chain of custody, we're going to have to show that those DMs were sent before the parents got the phone. Something like that. Okay, go ahead, Giovanni.
Yes, correct. And so they can pull that data from the phone. The forensic tools are sophisticated enough now that they can pull the Instagram data from the victim and then correlate it with the defendant. And so that's going to be important. But I'm sure they're withholding other data as well.
What do you mean by that? You can't just drop a little bomb like that on me. You're sure, and I quote, they're withholding other data as well. What do you mean by that?
You know, I consult the federal government on forensics. And so, they can't reveal all their cards yet. I'm sure because in discovery, it'll all come out because the defense has the right to get whatever's being discovered, and especially in how they're asking for it. And so,
SP, are you the one that's saying BK's being framed? We got to cut it out with that type of shit. Oops, my bad. It was a little late.
Typically, as they're putting the case together, they're going to have data that they'll have to share eventually. But I'm sure there's more data that they're compiling off both the victim phones and correlating, and also off the defendant's phones. And it's a process.
It is a process, and you've got to hand everything over to the defense under a seminal U.S. Supreme Court case, Brady versus Maryland. I went all the way to the Supreme Court, and bottom line, you have to hand over scientific evidence, all of it, good or bad for the state. That includes DNA, fingerprints, fiber analysis, you name it, plus electronics. Anything that has to be analyzed by a scientist or a technician, fingerprints, the whole shebang, hair evidence, mitochondrial, blah, 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 all has to be handed over. All defendants' statements, all the witnesses you're going to bring on, and possibly a summary of their testimony. Everything you've got that is exculpatory has to be handed over ahead of time. You might as well just give the defense the whole file.
Okay.
So it can never be said you withheld anything.
Nope.
In finance.
Nope.
Like lyrics.
Nope.
Know that this weekend was the weekend that Kelly Gonsalves was coming back to the house. See, she had already moved out, but she had a new vehicle and she wanted to come back, go to a party that was going to be held that weekend, and show her best friend, Maddie, her new car. They've been best friends since 6th grade. Was he following her online? Did he see that she was coming back home? Or had this date, the date of the murders, been long pre-planned by Bryan Kohberger? Take a listen again to our friend Dave Mack at crimeonline.com.
Kaylee Gonzalez had already moved out of the home where she and 3 other students were brutally murdered, but tragically returned to Moscow to visit her best friend that weekend. Kaylee's parents said that the 21-year-old had recently left the student rental property on King Road, Moscow, ahead of her upcoming graduation that December, and a move to Austin, Texas for a new job at a tech firm. On the weekend of November.
You said poodles don't shed, including hybrids like Murphy. Would be surprised if dog hair belonged to Sweet Murph. Well, that'd be fucking crazy. Like a motherfucker.
12th, she decided to go back to the college town to visit her best friend and show Maddie the Range Rover she had saved up for and bought. The 2 young women had been inseparable since meeting in the 6th grade. They died together in the same bed on the same night.
Oh, man, the way he just said that. So what do you think, Laura Engel? Was it a matter of wrong place, wrong time? Somehow, I don't think so. I think that he had planned this date for a long time.
I mean, there's obviously no way to know exactly, but the fact that she was not supposed to be there, she was obviously, all of the victims were very public with their movements, plans, announcements, partying on their Instagrams. So one could, theorize that Bryan Kohberger might have known that she had left, but is it fair to say that he would know that she was coming back? I don't know if there was a post, because I don't know if her account has been, there seems to be a mimicked account now online of Instagram of her, but I don't know that she ever wrote, I'm going back to Moscow this weekend to show my best friend the car. Like, I don't know if there was that kind of detail, but it could be wrong place, wrong time, or he spotted her that night out at the corner club and this is the night I'm going to do it. And, we just don't know that part. But it is really interesting to think about what was going on in that house. And another thing I want to bring up, and I want to kick this around with everybody here, that there have been specials, right? We all watch each other. We all watch other networks and
agreed to a point. I agree to a point. The only part I wouldn't agree with on that statement is the people being stupid for putting it out there. Because in general, his friend, when a friend comes out that you grew up with and you talk to on the phone and went to school with and stuff, comes out, says that's 100% him, people are gonna cash that shit in the bank all day long. So you kind of got to thank the friend allegedly, right? I mean, not allegedly, because there was a video put up that said that's 100% him. The news stations even reached out to me and mentioned that same thing. So, I mean, you kind of got to put it on them, somebody who grew up with him.
Get tidbits like you're playing of these clips. I watched one of the long form specials this last weekend, and I went back and I watched a part of it 3 times last night to make sure I heard it correctly. There was a network that reported that there was a party on Friday night at that house. That there was a party that went from Friday night into Saturday morning. And that there were reported, according to some kids, maybe up to 150 people in that house the night before the murders. I don't know that I've heard that before, and I don't know if that's correct. Those are what sources had told NBC. I'm wondering if anybody has heard that, because that...
Jump in.
Well, look, if it's true, on social media, if you have friends, they're going to discuss who might show up and who might not show up. And certainly if you're monitoring the social media connections to these individuals, you're likely to generate a whole bunch of intelligence. I would have loved to have that when I was an FBI agent so that I could listen and see what people are doing. We had to interview hundreds of people to develop that same body of information that now is available in an instant on the internet.
Straight out to Chris McDonough joining me, director of the Cold Case Foundation, former homicide detective. I found him on YouTube.
Students are being silent. It's weird, says Free Spirit. Gemma says, dander is dander, no matter if they shed or not. Facts. That's a fact. The Lady Carr says, between DNA and digital footprints, SKs don't stand a real chance. I like that. I like that. And for the people that are saying that this man's going to be exonerated,
Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind?
YouTube. He's the host of The Interview Room. Chris has combed over the area surrounding the crime scene with a fine-tooth comb. Chris, jump in. Tell me what you think about what you're hearing.
You know, Nancy, I think
out of your mind.
Rather than us focusing as we have been trying to figure out, not necessarily us, but everybody on this case, what a motive is, I think we're overlooking what his signature is.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what I mean by that. The forensic digital footprint that this guy is leaving is revealing a great deal about his personality. And you want to take this information and then look back as to what this guy has been doing pre-incident. And I do believe it will emerge that this guy has had many weird encounters with women and probably has underlining, fetishes, including potentially, a variety of things that he's engaged in over the years.
Chris McDonough, I don't think there's any way you could be more correct. And that is why we have Dr. Bethany Marshall, the only person on the panel that hasn't weighed in yet. But I was saving her for something special. Dr. Bethany, get ready. Take a listen to what our friends at ABC say.
The man accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students reportedly made chilling comments about his mental health as a teenager. A person who knows Bryan Kohberger tells ABC News he is extreme.
4% of you think he's being framed? Out of 644 votes, if you just came in, there's a poll up there. Do you think Bryan Kohberger is our suspect after what you've seen today? Do you still think he's our suspect? Do you still think he's the guy? Let me know in chat. Also, get your phones ready. We're 25 minutes in. This is a 47-minute podcast with probably about 5 minutes of commercials, and we'll get through all that.
Extremely confident Kohberger is the author of posts in a forum for people battling visual snow syndrome.
Frog, he can play crazy all day. There's no insanity plea in Idaho. Yeah. You didn't know that?
Oh my God!
That motherfucker is gonna fucking fry that piece of crap.
Visual snow is a rare disorder that affects sight. Doctors say patients often see what looks like TV static in their vision. Headaches and ringing in the ears is another side effect, along with depression and anxiety.
Some patients might notice this coming on after an event, like a head injury or a really severe infection or illness.
So it's not just the visual snow syndrome chat forum Kohberger participated in. There's something else, Dr. Bethany. I'm coming at you with both guns a-blazing. Take a listen to this New York Times reporter, Nicholas Bogle-Burrows, on our friends over at CNN.
It begins with these posts on a forum website when he's about 16.
Brianna, thank Brianna for pausing. She said, T-REV, you're happy. Yeah, I'm happy. I mean, we did 355 hours on this case. Well, if you add last night's live, that makes 360. So I spent 360 hours on live with you guys, with you beautiful people. I've spent that, and it feels like 5 minutes to me. I loved it, but sometimes you need a little break in between times and spend time with your family, etc. I mean, you got to wash your ass and do things like that. Maybe clean up your room.
15 years old, and he's talking about feeling a range of mental health conditions or problems with his life. He talks about not being able to feel emotions, feeling like he's detached from the world, and that when he hugs his own family, he sees nothing. He also described looking at his life and going through the motions like it's a video game, and he's really hard on himself, saying he
innocent till proven guilty. I don't know. I think America's changed to guilty until proven innocent. It really has. I'd say majority of the people are yelling he's guilty before even tried in court. So if I had to go off that standard in the U.S. right now, you were guilty until proven innocent, in my opinion. That's just my opinion, and I'm just speculating and bullshitting around, allegedly not really bullshitting, but being serious. It's guilty till proven innocent in the USA because you're in there fighting for your freedom, so you got to prove you're innocent. So I mean, You know, they say innocent till proven guilty, but there's a reason why you have cuffs on and you're behind that fucking cell. Now, there is people in there that do need to be released, like Leo Schofield. He didn't do the murder that he didn't kill his wife. Did AJ Armstrong kill his parents, allegedly? That's another case that has a lot of reasonable doubt in it. You got to check that one out.
Feels worthless, that he's a jerk to people in his life, and doesn't feel bad about it afterwards.
Wow. I've got some quotes of what this guy posted, and they are, listen to this, Bethany. I feel like an organic sack of meat. Remember, he's a rabid vegan. I feel like an organic sack of meat with no self-worth. He allegedly wrote on Tapatalk, a mental health forum, and that was at age 16. As I hug my family, I look in their faces, I see nothing. It's like I'm looking at a video game, but less. Nothing I do is enjoyable. I'm blank. I have no opinion. I have no emotion. I have nothing. Can you relate? Well, no. And another, he boasted he could do whatever I want with little remorse. Also, I only used heroin when I was in a deep suicidal state. Hit it.
This backs up and supports what we know about sociopaths. So brain scans of sociopaths reveal that the part of the brain that is responsible for remorse, for attachment, for love, for excitement, these parts of the brain do not light up on brain scans. In fact, even the part of the brain that's responsible for impulse control, the prefrontal cortex, that there's bundling of white material in that part of the brain, meaning it's not very active.
I want to hear what you think. Call me. Seriously, I want to hear what you think, like what your thoughts. Denise, I want you to call me. Like, I want to know what your thoughts are. Like, why? I want to see your points, and I'm being serious. I'm not even being a smart ass. I'm being dead serious. Call the podcast line. I really want to hear what you think.
So this is a wonderful opportunity to see and to hear a sociopath write about what we already know from brain scans. Now, Nancy, you and I have talked many times about the fact that sociopaths are empty. They have low levels of excitement. They have internal deadness. And that's why they're prone to this thrill-seeking behavior. Now, there's this other post that really grabbed my attention. He explains, he writes, I'm no longer the healthy blonde-haired boy with blue eyes. And in a few years, something about I have darker hair and darker eyes, half the body weight. So he's writing about his perception of himself. And it reminds me of a patient I saw many years ago who was a pedophile. He was later caught, obviously, then taken out of my practice. But he was what we called autoerotic. And that means that his sexual interest was directed back against himself. He would watch himself masturbate in the mirror. And he would cut his hair in the mirror. He would rub oil on himself in the mirror so that sexual excitement was generated by thinking about.
Okay, Dr. Bethany, as much as I would like to hear more about your patient rubbing oil on himself, I don't know how we got to that point.
Well, it's just these self-referential texts are weird. I'm no longer the healthy blonde-haired boy with blue eyes.
And how did you extrapolate from that to your pedophile client rubbing oil on himself? You know what? Don't need to know that. Take a listen to our friends at ABC.
In one post in 2011, when Kohberger would have been 17 years old, a question was posed to other people in the Visual Snow forum asking, am I the only one who experiences depression, crazy thoughts, no emotion, delusions of grandeur? The post ends saying he felt that he can do whatever I want with little remorse. In another post in the forum later that year, the same author writes, I simply don't want to live anymore. People say these are supposed to be the years I enjoy and cherish. Well, I can't say I will cherish these days.
Okay, Dr. Bethany, without going back to your pedophile client rubbing oil on himself in the mirror, can you analyze that?
Well, it's not fun to be a sociopath. We think of them as being driven by this lurid need for excitement, and they love all the stalking. And yes, there is fetishized sexual interest in the stalking, but he describes being sociopathic as extremely disturbing. He's removed from the world. He's not attached to other people. So Nancy, we're wired for attachment. That's how we survived as a species. People who are in good mental health care, they love, they have remorse, they attach. And he finds it extremely disturbing to not be attached. And So let's think about his attachment, his weird attachment to these 4 students, and especially to Kaylee. All it takes is a tiny sliver of an interaction to form an obsession between a stalker and a victim.
Could that come from you or Kohberger sending the DMs, direct messages, but never getting a response? Just the thrill of sending them and the anger or the frustration of no response, is that enough of an interaction?
Yeah, it's both theoretical, what I know about stalkers, and what we're beginning to see is that she didn't even respond to him. And all those images out there, it could have just been seeing one beautiful image. Look, we are attached to these victims by looking at the images and reading the story because we're wired for attachment. He attached just by like maybe seeing even just a piece of clothing or something. Now, remember what I've said about stalkers so many times on your show, that they have the fantasy or the delusion that there's a complete attachment system between them and the victim, right?
Yeah.
Even though there is none. So every time he was not responded to, the rejection deepened and deepened and deepened, along with the rage and the desire to seek vengeance or to punish her for not responding to him.
It's Laura Ingle, and I just wanted to, as we're talking about these writings and the things that he wrote that are so dramatic, if true, if this is him, remember, he had 2 older sisters, Amanda and Melissa, right?
Yeah.
That he grew up with. Amanda is a licensed counselor, and she is a registered behavioral technician. Melissa works in mental health. She's a mental health therapist in New Jersey, working in anxiety, trauma, work stress, emotion regulation, and career counseling. So those are his 2 siblings. And I just wanted to point that out because every time I hear these words that he wrote, allegedly, I keep thinking about, whenever we tell these stories and we talk about these crimes, if only somebody knew if they monitored him. And I keep thinking about the sisters. It's not their fault, of course, but it's just interesting that's what they do.
It really is. I wonder if he had heard any of that lingo, the psychological lingo from the sisters describing their studies or their jobs. Guys, listen now to our friend Mola Lingi at GMA.
Newly uncovered social media posts painting a clearer picture of who Bryan Kohberger was as a teen, years before he was charged with killing 4 University of Idaho college students. The New York Times first reporting on posts believed to be written by Kohberger between 2009 and 2012, where he shared struggles with mental.
I'd love to know the way our system works. I know our system's so fucked, right, that they locked up Leo Schofield, which he doesn't have a parole hearing until March 1st, 2022, for killing his wife because the neighbor across the street said she seen him carrying the body out to the car. And then a convicted killer came forward a couple years later and admitted to killing his wife, and he's still in prison right now. And he described the crime scene to a T, even the amount of times that he stabbed her. And his fingerprints were on the door, and he's still in prison right now. He had 0 evidence against him, just people that made lies up against him. No evidence, no nothing to back it. No crime scene, no blood in his trailer, no anything. But yet he's in prison for 20 plus years. He's got a whole family, kids, etc. I don't know. Our justice system is pretty fucked, if you ask me.
Health and thoughts of suicide. Kohberger writing in 2011, as I hug my family, I look into their faces, I see nothing. It is like I'm looking at a video game, but less. Kohberger also writing, he experienced depression, a constant thought of suicide, crazy thoughts, and delusions of grandeur, saying, I feel no emotion, and along with the depersonalization, I can say and do whatever I want with little remorse.
Deliver great apps. Everybody to financial future. Life solution that's Giovanni Masucci, Senior Digital Friend. Nancy Grace. I want to go straight back out to Giovanni Masucci, Senior Digital Forensic Examiner. Okay, Giovanni.
Yes.
I've got a ton of things he allegedly posted, comments he made that are really chilling in light of the 4 murders. But how can I corroborate that this is actually him posting these things?
Well, they're going to do a quest to these sites, these social media sites, to grab that data. Now, depending on how current the the social media posts were.
They're old. Some were when he was 16. Mm-hmm.
But a lot of these sites, they do back up the data. And so law enforcement can request this. People don't realize it, but they do back up the data.
And what does that show? Your IP address, the person that was sending them, which computer they were using?
Email address that's attached to it, any information that's required by that social media site to set up that account, which could direct right back to Bryan. And so that would correlate information that way. But also anything that he's posted as well, up to current as well. But on the old data, they can pull that data and corroborate it.
Nancy, can I jump in?
Please do.
You mentioned War Room a second ago, and you know that's how you and I would have worked this case. We would put this up on the wall, and one thing that I would want to know is his phone pings and how that correlates with their social media posts. Specifically now, I would want to know when he made these, instant messages, if it's him, when he got no response, did he take a drive over to 1122 King Road? And again, looking at his phone pings. The other things I would want to put up on the wall is what these people are saying. When Kaylee first mentioned she had a stalker, when the vape store, manager, when they went in there and she was talking about the, stalker.
Right.
I would want videotape from the corner club, the last place they were before going to the food truck.
Well, I agree, but I still contend that he had this plan for a very, very long time, hence the at least 12 prior times he had been near the location. Now, here's another thing. We're looking at all his deep, dark secrets that he posted on chat forums, but he can appear to be somewhat normal. Take a listen to our cut 335. Now, this is a neighbor who does not want to be identified. He does not want to go down in history as being friend of Bryan Kohberger's. But this is also a neighbor that is married. And after the neighbor had tried to do a few things with Kohberger at Kohberger's father's insistence, when Kohberger's dad moved Kohberger to Pullman, 9 miles from the murder scene, the father approached at least one neighbor and said, look, can you be his friend? He has a hard time meeting people, basically setting up a play date for Kohberger. That said, the wife had a sixth sense, and she said, no more. He cannot come back to our place. Do not invite him for dinner. And when asked, she couldn't say why. She just didn't want him around. Now, take a listen to this text Kohberger sent to the friend.
The last message I got, he said, Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. And this was 11 days after.
Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family.
So not only did he go straight back to school like nothing was wrong, he was texting neighbors, Happy Thanksgiving, as if everything were perfectly normal. But I want you to hear what criminology professor at Birmingham City University, David Wilson, has to say in our Cut 337.
Criminology is it the cause or an effect? And it is simply not pathological to want to study criminal mind. That's what I do. It would be pathological to want to study the criminal mind, to understand something about yourself. And that indeed is what is being argued in the probable cause affidavit that in relation to Bryan Kohberger. I've taught criminology students for about 25 years, and I would say a handful of them have creeped me out.
Okay, I want you to hear more. I don't think it was really laid out that clearly in the probable cause for arrest affidavit. But take a listen to more in our Cut 340.
Well, I kind of felt, now this, you might say this is spurious, but because I know the person that's been accused of this murder, had studied under Kathleen Ramsland, who studied the BTK, a serial killer, by the way, who had a background in criminal justice. So there's another serial killer that has a background in criminal justice. He kills 10 people in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s. And guess the first target of that man's killing cycle was a group of 4 people, a family of 4, in a house that he had never previously had connections to. So there's a sense in which you've got some eerie echoes going on here.
Cheryl McCollum, isn't it true that Bryan Kohberger also studied under Professor Ramsland?
Yes, absolutely.
What do you know?
I just know he was in several of her classes and studied under her, and I'm certain that they had a working relationship, if nothing else, because the level that he was at in the master's program, I mean, you get to know your students pretty well at that level. They are writing all the time, they're researching all the time, they're discussing topics all the time. So he was there and studying under her, no question about it.
To Laura Ingle, senior correspondent, Fox News Channel, I've been asked by many people whether Kohberger was obsessed with Ted Bundy, because they have a lot of similarities. What, if anything, do you know?
There have been reports of that. Well, obviously, we know that he had been studying what he had been studying for a very long time, 28 years old. In these studies, we have heard classmates say that there was some type of connection in the sense of him being interested in him. And we've heard, of course, the studies under that professor that you just mentioned. But in terms of him writing about having a connection with Ted Bundy and mimicking, wanting to be like him or anything like that, I haven't heard anything like that. But I have heard reports that he was interested in those types of people.
Nancy, if I could jump in about that.
Yes.
Okay, so Bryan Kohberger is playing at being human. He's pretending to be human. He's not human. He doesn't feel human. He uses the word depersonalized. He pulled that out of a textbook somewhere. He's sending, happy Thanksgiving messages to the neighbors who are clearly rejecting him. He's pretending to be sociable. People like this, they don't, I know there's some report that said maybe he even had Asperger's. So this inability to relate to others, I think just fueled the feeling of rejection and the rage he had. But if there was a connection to Ted Bundy, I would also think that he's trying to locate a sense of himself in the people around him, kind of like, a 2-year-old at the fair. Am I like the clown? Am I like the monkey? I mean, who am I most like? So that's really what's going on in all these strange behaviors.
Interesting. Well, there's been another theory out there. Guys, you had just been hearing David Wilson, criminology professor, speaking to this morning. There's also another theory floating around that he intentionally left the knife sheath with his DNA on it. I think that is wrong. And the other night when I was driving through the dark, Chris McDonough, you know exactly where it is, his long circuitous route that took him an hour to get home when he reportedly left the crime scene. It's pitch dark. There are no street lights. It's very hard to see. And I've got 20/20 vision. I just wonder along that drive when it hit him, oh my stars, where's the knife sheath?
Yeah, and
what up?
It is an interesting theory, but I agree with you, Nancy, 100%. It's highly unlikely.
No way. Okay, let's get a vote on that. What about it, Dale Carson? You agree with Chris McDonough?
I do. I don't think he intentionally left it there. I think the argument from the defense is that he was never there and somebody else got his fingerprint on it or his DNA on it.
Okay. Wait as the evidence unfolds. Nancy Grace, Crime Story, signing off. Goodbye, friend.
Goodbye, friend. See you later. All right. So you know what? Let's open up the lines. Let's get busy, guys. I want to hear your opinions and thoughts on this unsealed search warrant. What are your thoughts on it? 219-885-9693. Phone lines are open right now. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. I'm ready to hear it. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Line on up. 219-885-9693. Call in right fucking now. 704, you're in the door. What's going on? What's your thoughts on this? What's your thoughts on this unsealed apartment search warrant from Bryan Kohberger? Like, what do you think?
So what I'm curious of is the let me pause this. What I was curious on is I think there was a part, because I don't have the paper up, so I don't know if you could pull it up for anyone else, but I think they said that there was like a red brown stain on the mattress. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. It was
So
like
I'm curious.
or like on a pillow. I forget exactly where because I've only got to really skim through it once. I've been on the run all day long. I came home and loaded up, got on live. I got it in front of me. It's a lot of pages.
Yeah, I think there was like a red-brown stain. I think somebody said that that it was presumed to be blood, but I'm not sure. I think that was the interesting thing. The other one is the animal hair. So hopefully, like, you know, in trial, we'll be able to see, you know, what was that animal hair, if it was Murphy's, because that would have been interesting to see. So it's I think it's cut and dry. I think that unsealed affidavit, the search warrant is cut and dry towards him, and it kind of tells a story. Whether people want to believe it in court, that's up to them. But I also just wanted to say that just kind of like a sentimental message. My mom used to watch Nancy Grace when I was a kid before she passed. And one of my last memories from her was watching Nancy Grace at 2 a.m. So, when you do play her, it does remind me of my mom. So I do want to give you a shout out because it brings back a lot of wholesome memories for me.
That's great. And that's awesome. I mean, I'm sorry that you lost your mom. I know that's got to be hard. Nancy, I first got onto Nancy back on her HLN, even before them days, but mostly HLN is when I really honed in on her and was like, yeah, I like her. She's feisty.
Yeah, I watched her with my mom when I was 12 during the Casey Anthony case. So that was my first glimpse into Nancy Grace. So, every time you play her, it does give me some good memories. So I just want to say you're doing an amazing job and keep it up. And I'll let the next caller come on.
So to sum up what you were talking about the one collection of dark red spot collected without testing, and then they had 2 cuttings from uncased pillow of reddish brown stain, larger stain tested.
Yeah, so I'm wondering because somebody said usually I guess the wording that they gave was it was presumed to be blood, like one was untested. So I guess because one was untested, they didn't need to test it to know it was blood or something, or it was some sort of confirmed substance, if that makes sense.
Right.
Because I think that if you read it over, if you get the chance to, you'll notice some of the wording is kind of different.
I was reading the shit in the doctor's office.
Yeah, I know you haven't been feeling well, so I do hope you feel better. Maybe later on when if or when Detective John gets to read it over, he can maybe go over it to explain some of the wording, because that's what I was curious about, is what does some of the word mean and all that stuff.
Yeah,
just because I don't want to assume. Yeah, so that's the only thing that struck out to me was the animal hair and the reddish brown substance that they cut out and stuff, as well as I really want to know what's on his computer. I know that they do have his computer. I think they got his Fire Stick too. And someone mentioned you can go on the internet on your Fire Stick. So it'll be interesting to see if he even used the Fire Stick to go on the internet and what he used the Fire Stick for. So that'll be really interesting to see.
And allegedly he was messaging one of them too and didn't get a response.
Yeah, allegedly. Yeah, they I know some people are like, oh, well, why would they say slide in the DMs? But I mean, that's just the term nowadays is DMs, direct message. You know what I'm saying? So, exactly. I mean, allegedly, but if it does get confirmed, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, in retrospect, if you think about it, he hunted down these people, plain and simple. People kind of have thrown out theories like this was an impulsive thing, and that's how he was able to murder 4 people. I don't think it was. I think he had premeditated this for weeks on end, and he made up his mind a long time ago. You don't go around the cul-de-sac 4 times before 4 a.m. if you're not going to premeditate something, and then your phone's pinging in the area 12 different times. And I know people will probably call in and say what holes they think are in the search warrant, which I'll be interested to see. I think Destiny made that comment that I forgot what she made. You asked her to call in. I forgot what comment she made.
She made the comment about we were talking about him being exonerated, but she said she don't think there's enough evidence or whatever. But in reality, we don't know what they got yet. So I mean, we know some of the stuff, but that's about it. Just some.
Some of the people that when they're reading this search warrant, they think that there's a lot of holes in it. So what I'll do, I'm gonna let the callers call in because I'm sure you'll have maybe even a good chunk of them having their own theories because I know one's popular. So I'll let you get back to it. I appreciate it, T-REV.
Thank you for calling in. God bless you. And I'm sorry to hear about your mother. I know she's watching over you. And thank you for calling in. I do appreciate you. And thank you for having a voice also.
Always. Thank you, T-REV.
God bless you. Shout out to her, man. You want to call in 219-885-9693? What's your thought? Do they have enough to set this dude up with just this? Let's hear it. 951. I hope you don't got a gun. You're live. What's going on?
Yes. Hello?
Oh, you're here.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to ask you a question. I wanted to ask you if you think that
can you mute the background for me and you'd be good to go. I think it's the back. You got like maybe YouTube playing in the background.
Okay, just a minute. Oh my gosh.
It's okay. No, don't. It's okay. You're fine. Just
hang on. Let me turn off the TV.
Take your time. Take your time. You got time. I'll start the clock when you get back.
It's okay. No, don't. It's okay. It won't. Okay, I'm going in the other room. Sorry.
You're fine, ma'am. No, I'm not mad at you. No, trust me.
Okay, I have a question, and do you think there's any credence to the fact that it's a possibility that he may have in his surveys with criminals run across someone and that he hooked up with them somehow, some way, and they had set him up for this crime? I know it sounds kind of crazy, but I just was wondering what you thought.
I mean, it's not crazy when you think about the fact of like making a murder with Stephen Avery and shit like that. Stuff like that does happen. You know, people are wrongly convicted. Now, was he set up? Do I personally think that? No, but time needs to play on, and we need to see what they have against him when it comes to the trial. In my opinion, do I feel like they have the right guy allegedly? Yeah, but could what you're talking about be true? Yeah, I'm not always right. I don't claim I'm always right. I just speak what my opinion is, and I like to listen to everybody else's. But yeah, I mean, could he have been set up? Let's take that angle. Okay, could he have been set up? Absolutely. Anything's possible.
Well, if you think about it, someone could play up on his characteristics and the way he is and could have played him and had him meet him in the area. And I just can't get over the fact that there were no screens with all those that horrible stuff that happened in that house. And just listening to the defense attorney ask, if there was anybody else arrested and everything. Originally, I thought it's him. He did it. He's totally guilty. But there are, in my mind, and I've watched everything, all of yours and all of everybody else's stuff on this case, and I'm probably wrong, but I just wanted to know if you thought that there's a slight chance that somebody played him so well that this all looks to be him, and then they're going to find stuff on his computer that links him back to somebody else unless they covered their tracks.
I'm interested to see how that plays out, if it plays out that way.
Right.
That'd be crazy. I mean, it's not too far-fetched. Like I said, look, I'm open to thinking of that. That's why I have this open platform like this, is because, like, if they look at it, like I said, for instance, or example, Stephen Avery making a murder. I mean, look what they did, planted keys in his house, etc. Like, I mean, just the type of shit that they did with Stephen Avery was absolutely mind-blowing. So it just shows me that there is corruption in systems in our system and across the U.S., pretty much almost in every state, in my opinion. So could that possibly happen? Maybe not exactly to the T of the way you're explaining it, but could it be? Yeah, maybe, but I just don't believe it. But if it does, it'll blow my brain out. I'm telling you, it'll blow the lid off my brain.
Mine too. And if he did it alone, it'll blow my brain too. If it didn't go down the way I just said, I just find it kind of really hard, unless he did use a stun gun or something. I'm trying to wrap my mind around how he could have gotten to all of those people with no screens, or at least in my mind, and I'm no expert, but it just seems like that's a lot of things to go down for one person to be able to handle all that situation. But you never know. But thank you so much. I just wanted to run that by you. Thank you for everything you do and your open-mindedness.
Yeah, no, I mean, I take in what you said, and it's like, yeah, I mean, is it possible? Yeah, shit like that is possible. Look at, like I said, that fucking making a murderer still blows my mind to this day. I still think about it at least once or twice a day. Like, damn, Steve Avery's in jail. Look what they did to his little nephew. You know what I mean? Like, there was just some weird shit with that case, and it's just like, yeah, anything like that is possible. So I'd be surprised if it is in this case. I'd be surprised, but because they got the Elantra, and that's just my argument. You got the Elantra, you got it being pinged by the house 12 times. You got, the sheath with his DNA on the snap. You got, I don't know what footprint they got. What I think a van, right? Vans or something like that, or that. So that part right there is just like unrefutable to me, but hey, it is what it is.
Right. Well, thank you so much. I got my grandson coming in here. Thank you very much. And again, appreciate everything you do. God bless.
God bless you, ma'am. I hope you have a wonderful night, and God bless you and your grandson and your whole entire family. Lock your doors.
Okay. Thank you. Okay,
and your windows. Goodbye. God bless you. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Yeah, line. 574, your foot's in the door. What is going on? What's your thoughts on this unsealed apartment warrant, search warrant? 574, you hear? Yeah?
Talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to
you.
you.
Hey, I didn't know. Usually it asks to say your name.
No more, man. 574, you're in the door.
Right on. So, okay. So actually that prior caller, I didn't get her name, but she touched on something that a few days ago, I've got a friend who's a true crime fan, and I went to high school with, and we chat through Facebook sometimes. And, I push my my ideas that this whole thing might be a psyop to her, just kind of razz her up with it. Just anyway. But there is something here. I also entertain the fact that, hey, it is what it says on the 10, right? It is all this stuff happened. But kind of what she said, I want to tell you like what I explained to her, because I hadn't heard this anywhere before. It just occurred to me one morning. So I'm just going to read what I wrote to her. I said, because I'd seen somebody talking about the timeline, the murders happened between like 4 something, like, there was a 3-point turn in the car, it circled the house, and like how much time the murderer had to do this stuff, and it really boiled down to really just a few minutes. I mean, it was like 5 minutes or something, even though like by the time the DoorDash guy was there, they entered the house, and then when they left, and when the car was caught on camera. Anyway, so because it was such a tight timeline, it really seemed, now 5 minutes is a long time. It can be if you stare at a clock, but let me read this here real quick. Based on the back and forth before parking the car, consider this. Someone did respond to his Reddit research request, okay? Just like that guy was talking about.
Yes, sir.
Brian and the respondent developed a working relationship, and the guy told Brian he wanted to do something like this or was going to do this particular thing. Mm-hmm. And Brian either asked when and just showed up to see what was really if it was going to happen. Mm-hmm. Or, now this is going to actually explain a bunch of things. I'll get to that in a minute. Or Brian gave the guy the ride there, and he dropped him off, went and did the 3-point turn and came back and picked him up, because remember, he's talked about having these senses of non-reality, this dissociative thing. So he may, in his mind, he may like, oh, he's not really going to do it. This is just all sort of at arm's length to him, but it really was going down. Anyway, or it was the DoorDash guy who was Brian's survey respondent. So we know the DoorDash guy was interviewed and dismissed. However, loads of killers have been spoken to and dismissed. Did they look at him closely enough? Does he have bushy eyebrows? Did the respondent/killer show Brian the knife he was going to use? That would explain the DNA, or even set Brian up with it, like the last caller was saying. It would explain a few other things, like his expectation to be exonerated. It helps explain why Bryan is willing to go along with another 6 months in the can before the preliminary hearing. It would explain the DNA. He handled the killer's knife. It would explain why he was there. It would explain why he was there before the actual murder, because he went to check it out, because he knew the killer's target house, and it would explain why his phone pinged in the area, and it would explain why he turned his phone off. Now, this part's really, really interesting, because that was so stupid, right? It would explain why he turned his phone off, but felt removed enough from the situation to do an obtuse job of it. And also think it wouldn't really raise suspicion or be looked at. He just didn't want his phone to ping in Moscow during the actual murders. Because he turned it off after he left. He turned it off just before he got back, or turned it back on before he got home. So this is my last thing I want to say about it. Curiosity kills the cat. Intellectual curiosity is a very powerful intoxicant. And I know that for myself. You know, you can be so interested in something, you go further than you really want to, or get involved more than you should, just because you're freaking curious. And I can see this guy who's a loner and, you know, lives in his head and all this stuff, just getting caught up and pursuing this to the point he gets himself involved to where he shouldn't be. You know. Anyway, I don't know if my time's gonna go up. If I may say something about this list here. We could go through each thing, but people are seizing on this. You know, how many people have different human beings' hairs in their apartment? Other people lived in this apartment at another time. How clean was it? You know, and any of these hairs, people are thinking, oh, that's got to be Maddie's, got to be Kaylee's, got to be Ethan's, got to be Xana's. Yeah. You know, we don't know jack. All right, a fire stick. How many of you have a Roku or Fire Stick? How many of you have a Bissell vacuum cleaner? Absolutely. Now, why did they take it? They don't know what's in that vacuum cleaner. Hey, I wear Dickies t-shirts, right? Yeah. I shopped at Walmart. One night type black glove. Well, that's just like the rubber gloves you get at the pharmacy. We've all got computers or phones. I took a computer tower. A red spot. Now, these are the most things that might be incriminating, right? Dark red spot. Well, and on the mattress and the pillow. You know, as a man, you cut yourself shaving. You could have a bloody nose. It could be drool. Could be a number of things. You could have a fart with a surprise, right? It could be, and women might have leakage, right? I mean, who knows what this is? It doesn't. So anyway, you know me, I have a million more things to say, but I just wanted to call in, and I want to thank, I forgot her first name, Denise Satilo or something like that.
I love how well
I don't know. I sent her a message in the chat, but I'm totally with her. You know, I'm always harping on innocent till proven guilty. You know, they may be right. He may be a monster.
I respect that.
Yeah, but we have to be really careful. This is our country, our justice system, and the presumption of innocence is really important. And it doesn't mean just for the jury and just for the, you know, it's hard to get a fair jury when everybody bullies people. As you know, you can't bully people who trumpet the presumption of innocence and make it uncomfortable to do that because you believe the person's guilty. Anyway. All right, I'll let you go, man.
Hey, look, man, I love how well spoken you are, and I like the fact that you're not bullshitting with what you're saying. I know that you mean it. I can tell by the way you're saying it. Thank you for calling up, man, and your aspect and your angle, and not just following, you know, the masses. If you get,
I always know I venture into your show, man. I get sucked in. I know,
but I respect you for not following the masses on you and actually looking at things for yourself and being yourself and having your own opinion.
Just how I'm made, I guess. I'm partly contrarian, you know. I'm going to swim upstream, and no matter what it is, and play the devil's advocate or whatever. But I also believe it's, you know, what I'm saying is true as well. But anyway, hey, God bless you, man.
And that's my point right there. You believe it, so that's why I respect it. You believe what you're saying is true, and I respect it. And if you're wrong, I'm sure you'll be like, "Damn, I was wrong," but hey, man, you know, I felt that. You know, it is what it is. That's what it's about, man.
Ran out of time to rag on your girl Nancy Grace and make everybody in the chat mad. So.
Nah, man, you ain't make nobody mad. We love you, brother. Thank you for calling in. God bless you, man. And I hopefully hear from you again. I know I've heard from you before because I noticed your voice. You know, after you. Where you calling in from?
I'm just east of you in northern Indiana.
Shout out to you, brother. We'll have to get up one day, man. God bless you. Thank you for calling in. I can't wait to hear from you again, my man.
Yes, sir. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Keep it locked and cocked. Shout out to him, man. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Great point. That was easy. Very intelligent guy there. Shout out to him. 479, what's on your mind?
Hey, T-REV, how you doing tonight, buddy?
I'm hanging in there, my brother. How you doing, man?
I'm all right. Hey, that last caller, he had some good valid points. I'll agree with a lot of that. But, I'll just sum it up and say DNA will fix that issue.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as the list of everything, I'm glad. They're going to feed us a little bit of, kibbles and bits here until this case comes up, So I'm glad that they found what they found. A couple of nights ago, I was watching another video and heard this dude talking about the jail cell. He was an ex-inmate, I'll say, talking about the cell that dickhead's in. And dude, I couldn't help but laugh. I had to laugh at that motherfucker. I told you, he's not going to be comfortable. He ain't comfortable at all. And I laughed at it, hearing about it. I bet he lays awake at night smiling. I wonder what the world is calling me. I probably got a real cool name. No, dude, we call you DME. We've called you DME from the very fucking beginning. You're the dumbest motherfucker ever. That's his nickname. That's what he'll be known as, and that's my opinion.
Yeah, man. We created that DME with his head right on the shirt. As soon as he gets if he gets convicted, which we got to be fair and say, if he gets convicted, I will make a DME shirt with his face on it. I'm serious. DME.
I'll touch base on that sheet one more time. And dude, this shit breaks my heart to even talk about it. I honestly think that he dropped the sheet to cover one of the girls' mouths and just was in a panic and forgot about it, dude. And that shit just breaks my heart. God bless, man. My heart goes out to the families, man. It really does. And
they gotta see they gotta see all this shit plastered across social media when it drops out, especially like it is today. I woke up, I had to get dressed, running out for my doctors. I'm in Discord. I'm seeing everybody. Oh my God, they unsealed the warrant. I'm like, that's fake news. And then I go and look. Damn sure they unsealed it. And I'm like, what the? Everybody's there's blood. There's this. There's that. There's there's a lot of shit going on.
Yeah. No, just do the DNA and tell me where it belongs. Because I'll agree with the dude. Men do cut their themselves shaving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And if he had wounds on him, if Ethan was lucky enough to get a good shot on him and bust his nose or bust his lip or something, then he's gonna have blood. So it might be his blood. Okay, what would you do? As far as him having a helper, the driver and stuff, I think he probably would have spilled the beans by now. Knowing now what we know, dude, you're facing you're facing the bed, where they're gonna just.
Bro, that is exactly my thoughts. What you just said, I didn't mean to cut you, but that's my thoughts right there. Like, I feel. Do you think that this dude is so selfish? In my opinion, this is just me. That's my opinion, and people may respectfully disagree, and I love those people who respectfully disagree. But I do feel like he's so selfish that he would have spilled the beans on this motherfucker already.
Exactly. If there was more than one, he would have, there was a driver. Did you catch him? I'm sorry. This, prove it. Bullshit don't fly. We've got everything we need to pretty much hang you, dude. It might not have been me. Bullshit don't fly.
I can't, to be honest with you, bro, I can't wait till the trial comes out. Cause that's when we'll really see everything. We're just going to keep catching glimpses like this. And it's going to be breaking news every time something drops out. And this will echo on for days and then something else will come out. And it's just, it's going to be a revolving door for 2 years until he steps in that courtroom during trial.
Yeah. And, depending on what they found, on his stuff at his place. Again, this could go into one of those things where it's like, hey man, we just don't have a defense against you. You are fucked.
Mm-hmm.
That's her job to get him off death row or, off of death row and get him a life sentence. So that's really the only thing they have on him. And one more thing before I take off here, like 3 nights ago when I was talking to you, there were, you had a couple of really good callers on there. And the one that really stuck out to me was Miss Sherry. Don't think I forgot about you, woman. I'm still thinking about them beans and cornbread. I got your number. We got a party at Miss Sherry's, dude. We got dinner at Miss Sherry's. If you're listening, we haven't forgotten about you. You had me at beans and cornbread, woman.
Damn right. Damn right. Beans and cornbread. We'll definitely look forward to that. Well, damn, man, I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts on everything, man. God bless you. And I know I'll hear from you again because I always hear from you every stream.
Yeah, man. I love you. Take good care.
We love you back, brother. God bless you. Shout out to him, man. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts? Is there reasonable doubt? Let me know what you think. Let's see. Love you, T. It's way too personal for that last guy. Just felt weird. He's way too close to this, I think. So no, fucking ZD is the name. Yep. Oh my God. All I heard was cocked. Yeah, well, cocked and popped. Yeah, all you heard was cocked. I'm dead. You'd be able to get through if my dumb ass took it off Do Not Disturb. But yeah, 219-885-9693. 360, you on the flow? What's going on?
Hey, how you doing, T-REV?
I'm hanging in Dwayne. I'm hanging in there. What you do, Dwayne? You said?
Yeah. I spoke with you. I don't know, a couple streams ago. Asked you about the Cowboys. Congratulations.
Well, I appreciate that, Dwayne. Now I got a question. I mean, let's jump into it, man. What are your thoughts on this unsealed warrant from Bryan Kohberger's apartment? 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay. I guess, not specifically with that warrant, but just in general, I think one of the big things to think about here, I want to say before I think he's guilty, I'm just pointing out some things here. His Fourth Amendment rights, any illegal searches, seizures, any of that type of business can be used to slowly toss evidence out.
Yeah.
That's worrisome, and so, there's a lot of things in that search warrant there too that are, as your caller said just a little while ago, could be anybody's hair, Yeah. I don't know. We all got stuff all around our houses for anybody who's been around your house.
100%.
So, a lot of that stuff I hope they do find one of those dogs here. It would tickle me, so much to know that Murphy was the one that broke this dude, right?
That'd be wild, right?
And they say, the dog hair, give a whole new meaning to that hair of the dog saying.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, another thing I was thinking about is you got like tertiary DNA, you got transfer DNA, and those are things that are found on, items that people touch often. For instance, like my door handle on the front of my house has probably got me, my friends, my family, all of our DNA on it. If one of us touch that door handle, we go somewhere else and we touch someone else's door handle. Well, now they got my mom's DNA on their hand, but they were never around my mom. I transferred that DNA over to their house. Mm-hmm. That's like tertiary DNA. You got like your object and then your vector, which is the other person, and then yourself. So I would be carrying somewhat, those are just, things to think about, because the defense is going to definitely get into that type of stuff. The DNA is really good stuff to have, but it's not as good as a fingerprint. An old school fingerprint puts you like right there. Like, yo, man, you were there. DNA.
I wonder if they were able to connect that footprint yet at all. I mean, that's just me speculating out of the fact, it didn't say that, but were they?
Well, I was saying a fingerprint. A fingerprint is ironclad. That like puts you there. You can't get around that. The footprint, man, there was a lot of those folks kind of trying to figure out what was going on in that house before the police even showed up. If I was trying to figure out whether my friend was okay or not, I'm just going to be running around the house, running from room to room, trying to find them and make sure they're okay. I'm probably not going to look down at the floor and see what I'm stepping in until after the fact, but I don't know, man. The footprint, I think to myself, like, because could be anybody's. You know, I got a couple pairs of Vans myself.
Yeah, but if there's one, say there's one in that in his apartment, right, that matches the exact bottom pattern, size, length, etc. I mean, what can you say about that? I'm not saying that they found that, but what if there is?
Oh, I'd say that'd be beautiful right there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you know, I wouldn't put it past this dude to be like, you know, kind of looking at all those students, you know, when he's doing his research, which I believe he did, to look at something like that and say, they all wear Vans. That's a good idea. I'll wear a pair of Vans. It confused this whole, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't put it past the dude to do whatever he, you know, had to do to try and get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately for him, and not the rest of us, he's not going to get away with it, you know?
Right.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of things that defense can bring up, you know, but it's going to be tough, man. You know, they're piling it on every time they release another document. You're like, man, if only 50% of this
right
is admissible, and in there, you are done, my man. You're done. Yeah, man. I can't. I honestly I'm thinking back on it, and I've watched a few of your live streams and following the whole thing, and man, it still seems pretty surreal, you know, for someone to do something so sick and heinous.
Yeah.
There's my time. Right on, man.
I appreciate you.
And also, last thing, man, I sent you a thing. I think I posted on your community board, but
mm-hmm.
that Johnson, Idaho, I've been mapping out some stuff, man, and kind of tripping out. You take back roads like Highway 195, you bypass Pullman going north, you head up, you go to Parvin Road, you have it over to Viola Road. These are small towns. These are like rural area. But man, in 270 minutes, you are in Johnson, Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
His phone turned off from Lewiston, Idaho, and turned on again, or I'm sorry, pinged. It turned on and then it pinged in Johnson, Idaho. 268 minutes. Man, that's a difference of 2 minutes.
Right.
And so on his way back to Pullman, Washington, you follow those same back roads back to Pullman, Washington. You head up to Viola, you run over Parvin, you come down, you head right into Pullman. That's 170 minutes.
Right.
It's closer than Lewiston. You're not going as far south.
Mm-hmm.
His phone was off for 164 minutes. Man, that stuff is close. And so a lot of people are like, oh, they might have meant Johnson, Washington. I'm thinking, nah, man, they ain't going to get a clerical error on this thing in a case like this. They meant Johnson, Idaho.
Yeah.
I think this dude he took some back roads.
What?
Map it out, man. Check all those back roads. You're hitting Highway 9, Highway 6. You'll see all of it, man.
Send it to me. If you got it mapped out, email it to me.
I'll email it to you.
Save it. You can save the mapped out spots that you're talking about. I'd like to look over it. But, man, I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, brother. And I'm going to get to some more callers. But thank you, man. Where are you calling in from? I'm
in Washington, man. Vancouver, Washington.
Appreciate
I was talking to you about the Seahawks last time, and they didn't do so well. Go Cowboys.
We'll see you at the Super Bowl, my man. I'll holler at you, my man. God bless you. Thank you for calling in.
God bless you. Take care.
Shout out there, man. What's up? 516, you're in the mix.
Hey, T-REV, it's Gina Marie. How are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm good.
So what's your thoughts?
Well, I already wrote it all over the community page, but I'll go through it again.
Yeah.
So we had spoken a couple weeks ago about my FBI suspicion thing that I dealt with them before, but I'll go through that after. So I'll just briefly go through what I wrote on the community page that I think, all right. I used all the initials and they're both the same freaking initials, so it gets a little confusing. But I'll say that I think Bryan and Brent were acquaintances. They weren't quite like friends, but I think they knew each other. And Bryan like set Brent up. Because I remember in the beginning they had said that he had went and got the knife with Brent. Or something towards that effect. When Brent had gotten shot by the police.
Right.
So then, and then the father kept bringing up the shooting, and the father was there.
Right.
So like it all kind of like plays into itself because. All right, let me just read what I wrote because then I got all like ADD with it. So my theory is that Bryan called the tip line and framed Brent, and then Bryan probably got Brent's DNA on the knife sleeve when they went in to buy it, and possibly planted evidence in Brent's room. And Bryan probably called the tip line and reported Brent. And apparently Brent had a white car too. And he probably, obviously, he had other details about the case.
Right.
Then Bryan told Bryan told Brent that the cops were looking for him, and it kind of set off the PTSD, because PTSD isn't when you get set off, like triggered, it doesn't set someone off where they like murder people. It sets them off in their head. Like I've been in a place where there were PTSD people, and they go in their own head and like have shit. They don't go like killing other people. Like it's more common for them they like will slam their heads against the wall or go in like a fetal position and freak out. They don't normally just go murder people. Whatever. So he went into an episode, and this is just my theory.
Yeah.
And wait, I lost my part here.
Oh, you're good.
Okay, so then he told the cops they were looking for him. He set it off. So then Bryan probably told his dad about the murders, but told him that Brent did it, and he had to fly out right away because he was scared and needed to get out of Washington State University. And that's probably why his father was like kept bringing it up to the cops, like, oh my God, there's a shooter. Like we had to get out of there right away, like on all the stops. And then there's like, if you look back on the case, the cops showed up and Brent was freaking out. If you go back and watch the actual, like, all the reports that what happened, at the time, he actually had his roommates barricaded in because he was freaking out that the cops were coming to get him. But as soon as the cops came, he let the roommates out. He was so there would be no reason for the cops to shoot at him. Now, they said supposedly that he was shooting outside the room, which I technically don't believe. But even if he was shooting out, why would the cops shoot to kill if he had no hostages? Like, there's less like lethal force or whatever, you know. He didn't have hostages. They evacuated the whole building, whatever. And then when the cops did pull Bryan over, when the cops, I know I'm over my time. Do you want me to shut up?
Well, let me see. What are we at? 6 minutes?
I heard my ding ding.
Well, I mean, you can call back if you get through. I'll answer it.
I wrote it all on the community page.
I'll read it too. So where did you write it at so I can read it? Because I didn't get to go through everything.
Yeah, I'm Gina Marie.
Oh, I got that. I got you. I know exactly who you are. Yep.
Yeah, I sent you the thing on Facebook with all the stuff.
I got.
Yeah, and then the cops have to like cover up because the cop shot the officer. The officer that shot the cop, they originally had thought that he was that Brent was the killer. That's why they shot him dead, and they had to cover up the whole thing. Like,
I got you.
That was a huge part of that. Like, they had to cover it up.
I'm gonna check it. I appreciate you calling in, Gina. I'm gonna talk to you again soon. Thank you.
All right. I hope everything's good with your family and your grandmother and everything. Have a good night. Thank you for being on live again. We missed you.
God bless you, Gina. Thank you for calling in. Lock your doors and your windows, and I'll talk to you soon. Back to you, Gina. 219-885-9692. Make sure you call in. Come on, baby. Show me. 206, you're in the mix. What's going on?
Travis, Marissa.
Marissa, how you doing? You're live. You got 5 minutes. The floor is yours. What's your thoughts on this?
Okay, so before I forget, I just wanted to say on what we're looking at right now, the receipts. If they can't find his clothing, if he purchased the clothing that he wore to commit the crime, they could use that as evidence. And I was thinking about the Dickies thing. I was thinking he wore the Michael Myers suit, and that's why he couldn't put the sheath on. He had it in his pocket. I was like, oh, it's starting to make more sense.
You said the Michael Myers suit?
Yeah, you know, like those zip-up Dickies, the jumpsuits that you wear to work, coveralls.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking like the little onesie looking work suit.
Yeah. So I think he thought, well, I'll get that. That way, if I get covered, I can just take it and ditch, get covered in blood. I can just ditch it. And he didn't think, oh, I can't put my knife on my belt because I'm in this zip up. So that's what I was thinking. I was just really excited to think that could explain why the sheath was left behind.
Yeah, I know. So do you think he dropped it, or do you think that it was lost during the struggle by a victim kicking?
Yeah, I think possibly lost during the struggle because he didn't take into account, like, oh, it'll slip out of my pocket because, he's in a zip up, so he couldn't put it on his belt. So he probably just put it in his pocket and it fell out. That was just my thinking that got me kind of excited.
Yeah, I think he dropped it during the struggle. I don't know what he was wearing, but yeah, definitely. That's why they got.
I have a dog fight.
It's okay. I got dogs too. He barks crazy too when people come over and stuff. So,
yeah, they think they're big watchdogs. But another thing that was exciting is, the possibility that hopefully, Murphy's going to get justice for them all if that is a Murphy hair,
And we see that a lot with cases, whether it be a fiber from the carpet, couch,
right?
Anything. Like we see a lot, blanket.
And he thinks. Yeah, I'm sorry, I talked over you.
No, it's your time.
And he thinks he's smart, and everybody, and I think he probably thought like, oh, it's a hypoallergenic dog, but hypoallergenic dogs still shed.
Absolutely.
I have Yeah, I have little Yorkies, and everybody's like, "Oh, they're great. They're hyper." They shed. They shed.
They definitely shed. I mean, my dad has Yorkies. I got my dog sheds for sure. I mean, he'll leave a trail.
Yeah, and I have a bulldog, and he sheds. You know, it's there's just no way. You know, like people shed, we shed skin. You know, so I think that it looks like there's not that much evidence that was collected, but I think the jackpot is going to be what he took with him to Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, if they find the knife.
I hope they find the knife. You know, it'll kind of be the nail to the coffin, in my opinion. But hey,
yeah,
I hope they find.
But yeah, you know, it's just what's so fascinating with this is like one of those choose your adventure books. It's like you could choose this option and go here, or you could choose this option and go there. That's how it is with this case. You know, it's like there's so many different theories that could make sense. And I don't think that the gentleman, Brent Kopeka, is involved, but I think possibly Brian's going to try to pin it on him.
Oh yeah, the defense. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It wouldn't surprise me one bit if, and I feel like the defense is going to have a field day maybe with him, and you know, I really, and a lot of people aren't going to want to hear this from me, but they need to get it through their heads that they're going to drill the hell out of Dylan, and people need to be prepared for that. Because
yes, sir.
You know, I see a lot of people that are newer to true crime that don't know how these, you know, witnesses and people get drilled on the stand. They drill the hell out of you.
Oh yes.
You know?
Oh yes, they do.
So then you understand that, because I see a lot of people are like, "Oh, well, stop blaming Dylan. We'll wait till the defense starts getting up on the, you know, puts her up on the stand." I'm sorry. You there? I think you're muted. Did I lose?
Oh no, I think I have bad reception. I'm in the Seattle area, so it's raining.
Oh,
but I'll let you go.
No, thank you for calling in. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for having a voice in the community, and God bless you, ma'am. I'll hopefully hear from you again.
Oh, you will. Thank you.
Lock your damn doors and stay safe.
Oh, I'm loaded, and I got dogs.
Yes,
okay.
Stay safe, ma'am. God bless you. Thank you so much for calling.
You too. Bye.
Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. Let's hear your thoughts. I want to hear you guys pour it out tonight. Come on. It's been a while since we had some call-in live. I think I went live last night. It was members only. $973 is free without a fee. What's going on?
Hey T, how you doing?
I'm doing good. It's good to hear from the 973 fam. What's going on out there?
So I was looking over that list. So the one animal here that's on there, I was thinking maybe, could you imagine if that's the dog hair from that poor dog that was skinned? Right?
Yeah.
If it's not Murphy's. You know,
that's crazy. That's actually a good point. What if it is from the dog that was skinned?
Then we definitely know it's him. I mean, 100%. I think it's him. And I think when he left the house after he killed those poor kids, they said he drove through an area that was all, you know, rural. I think that's where he went, dumped everything, or buried it. You know, buried the knife. And I'm going to say this again, and I know you're going to get mad at me because last time you said no way. I still think he left that sheet there on purpose.
No, I'm not going to say no way to you this time. You know, after giving it some thought, you never know what some psycho is going to do. You know what I mean? So I can't say no way this time because I thought about it. I've sat around. I've watched all the specials on this case. I've watched other channels. And I've really I've taken a lot of things into consideration, even with this WSU guy that everybody talks about. And, you know, and that's another thing that I'm questioning now. Did he leave it there on purpose? Do I think he did? No, but is it possible? Absolutely.
I don't know. I think he did. I think he put it there as, like I said to you last time, like his little trophy, like, look what I did, you know? And I mean, come on, they said he was Instagramming one of them. They're not saying which one.
Hmm?
I mean, it all points to him. I do think it, you know, it was solo. I think it was him. I don't think he had anybody else with him, you know, because he wanted to do it all by himself. Like, I think this was his thing, you know? And then I also think about, remember T, way back when it first started, when they were showing all the clips of the Elantra parked up on the top of the hill after the murders, and he was sitting there watching. I mean, we know that was him. Come on.
Yeah, you're talking about that news clip.
Right.
Mm.
Right.
Yeah, I remember
And he
that.
sat there and he watched. I mean, so many things. If you just sit here and you keep going back, I keep going back over and over and over it. I mean, it just all points to him. I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong, but the dog hair thing had me. You know, I'm like, if that's not Murphy's hair and that comes back as that other dog's hair, I mean, I don't know how they could prove that if they, you know, I don't know how they could do that, but I don't know. Just sitting here thinking.
I want to see if that's blood too. Like, what would blood be doing on his pillow? Did he bust his nose on the fucking remote or something at night, or what?
Well, I mean, listen, men shave, right? You guys shave, and I mean,
I'm sorry, I'm 32. I've been shaving since I was a teen. I've never cut myself shaving.
no.
Never.
Well, I mean, I don't know. He could have cut himself shaving.
Even with cheap ass razors, the little bit, the fucking 10-pack for $1. I've never cut myself with it ever. I mean,
yeah.
Maybe he's just clumsy and just pushing it against this guy. I don't know what he's doing, but
I don't know. I mean, and all this stuff that they have on this list that I'm staring with, you know, on your screen. I mean, yeah, they collected all this stuff, but we don't know. I mean, they haven't said, yes, that's their blood. That's, you know, we don't know yet. So I don't know. I just think.
You think this is him?
What do you mean? Do I think he did it?
Yeah.
Absolutely 110%.
Oh my God.
Absolutely. I don't know. I definitely think it's him. And like I said, the sheath, I think he left there, you know, to say, yes, I was here, you know, like in his sick little mind. Yeah, I think he just did it because, you know, he wanted to say, yeah, look, I was here. I'm a mysterious killer and I left this for you, because he's a little sick weirdo.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. I mean, I don't know. I guess I couldn't even classify it as being crazy, because nothing surprises me in 2023.
No, I hear you. I hear you, T, but that's all I wanted to say. Listen, next time you're in Jersey, you need to come to our house for dinner.
Yeah, I'm down.
973, you know, Andover, New Jersey.
And I've been through there multiple times. Shit.
Well, you got our number. You call us. You make sure you come for dinner.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Thank you for calling in, as always. I'm glad. It's been nice to hear from you. I haven't heard from you in quite a while, I feel like. But
no, well, I called in, last week, I think?
Did you?
Ago? I don't know.
Well, I'm glad
I drive you crazy.
Yeah, we went crazy over the food truck video, remember?
Yes. The white truck.
It was
the white truck.
We spent 355 hours on this case prior to this stream. So
I know.
It feels like 5 minutes when I'm with you guys. So, but
well, we love you. You do a great job.
Well, thank you.
Keep going, T.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. God bless you, your family, your husband, and I will be talking to you soon.
Thank you, T. Same to you, and we love you. Take care.
I love you too. Thank you. Shout out to her, man. You know, I love her back. You know, call in at 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Did the fire stick record anything suspect? That's a great question. Investigators know. Hold on, let's see who we got. $773. You're here with me. What's going on?
Hi, how are you? I'm from Chicago. My name is Cheryl. But I talked to you last week, What is your name again?
Austin, T-REV,
Trev.
whatever one.
I'm gonna call you Trev. Okay, Trev. Okay, nice to talk to you. Now I got your name. I wanted to ask you. Well, I wanted to tell you. I think he's dumb. Okay, yeah. But then there's a part of me that says, and think about it. Look what they pulled out of his apartment tonight. He's got a computer tower. That should have been completely burned. Okay, but why does he have it? Could nothing be on it? Here's another thing. Just bear with me here because I got a whole bunch of ideas. He goes to this school and he gives this survey for these criminals, right? All right, so he sets the stage. All right, and then go with me here. Then the murder happens. And then he's asking around and being this Papa Roger, okay, on one of the podcasts. Or then he calls into your podcast after that. Okay? He's setting a stage. And he asked you, and then I listened to that tape over and over. He says, well, I'm around some fraternity guys, and these guys asked me, what would it be like to get away with it?
Before you go in, I pause the time. I want to tell you this. That person that I talked to, right?
Yeah.
When I was live last night, I was doing a members only live last night with Spirit Box. And when I was live, he texted my phone. That same phone number texted my phone, and he called 4 times. But when I return the call, he won't answer the phone. So
are you saying that it's not scumbag?
I haven't heard his voice on the phone yet, but I mean, he texted. He goes, "You're a piece of shit," and then I messaged him back, and I'm like, "Why would you wait 29 days for basically 29 days after the phone call to respond to me when I hit you up day one and told you that content creators made this call go viral?" So
yeah, so there's a lot of trolls in this case.
Exactly.
That could be throwing you off, honestly, is what I think.
It's very
because if you listen, because I can hardly hear you, and I apologize. Can you hear me okay?
No, you're doing fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, when I listened to that recording with you, with him on the line, and then he said he wanted to go get it. There's other recordings of him talking. I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you think that this is Kohberger, the guy that talked to you the guy that said that he was with the frat guys and they had? Do you believe that is Kohberger, or do you believe it's somebody else because they texted you?
I'm skeptical.
So you don't think so?
Right now, today, standing at where I'm standing at, I'm skeptical because I got a text message from that number last night.
Now look at
4 phone calls from that phone number.
From that phone number.
4 phone calls in a row. And I didn't see him. I called back, but it didn't respond, didn't answer. And I also left a lengthy text message. And I'll read the text message to you while I pause your time for you to see. I want you to hear what I said. I said to him verbatim, and I'm going to read it to you right now. Let me grab it here. Go to the number. Where is it at? I want to make sure you hear this. I said, reporting this to the FBI again, 29 days later, and you leave everyone to think you are allegedly BK who called in my show. I made contact with you, called you, and I'm the piece of shit? ? Answer the FBI when they confirm if you called or not. I'm reporting your response to them. I said, I'm reporting your response to them too, just as well as my first voicemail I left live on my podcast that you didn't want to answer. If that truly isn't you, then let the world know the truth instead of ignoring 80,000 phone calls that I dug through to get to your phone number, Bubba. I said, TikTokers, Twitter made that clip go viral the day BK was arrested. So if you want to do the right thing, then let the world know. And I never got a response. That's 15 hours ago. I never got one response. I called him, didn't answer. So
have you done?
I don't understand.
Have you done a reverse number search?
Absolutely. Know his first name, last name, and everything.
Okay, so all right, let's just play devil's advocate. What if there was another Yahoo with him? Okay, because you see all these little stories and fairy tales that are coming out now. The house is a drug house, a trap house. Another story is that he was with his drug dealer and someone took a knife. Or okay, let's just say somebody else was with him and they set him up. Why didn't the dumb asshole go to the FBI and tell him what the fuck happened? Well, number one, listen, this is what happened. You know, you gotta, you know what I'm saying? I didn't kill nobody, okay? But some Yahoo went crazy in there. I own a 2015 Elantra. You're looking for a 2013? There's things and flags, DNA. Why didn't you come forward? I mean, think about it. If it was me, and I even asked my husband this yesterday, if I even knew they were looking for a 2013, white Elantra, you're in between Moscow and Pullman, Washington. How many white Elantras are there? There's not that many. There might be at most 100. Yeah. But out of that 100, I would want to make sure that I was cleared. That I would say, listen, I own a 2015, and I want you to understand that I don't want to be called. I don't want to be, I'm innocent. And I would shoot it from the rooftops because I'd be concerned. He's silent. He set it as a stage, and then you've got these little trolls coming out like with these little stories. That's what I'm saying. Everything to throw it off course. But like that caller had said earlier, he said, he's looking around at his students. He's eyeballing. They wear band shoes. I'm telling you, he's not stupid. Like I said, you ever hear like this, like Hillary Clinton when she had the emails, how she crushed her phone and smashed all her hard drives and everything else? If he was guilty, he would have smashed shit. He wouldn't have a computer tower sitting in his apartment unless he's got nothing on it. But I mean, I understand. How could you be? I've got so many things going on. Could you be that stupid? Could you be that stupid? Because he is stupid. Because think about it. The car, everything's cameras on it around the campus. So I tell you, it's all pointing to him guilty as hell. Guilty as hell. I hope that dog's hair is there.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for calling in.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I took so much of your time.
No. Shit. We explained half of the phone call. We explained about Dave, but like I said, I still haven't heard that person on the phone. They did call 4 times, but I didn't see it.
Isn't that crazy? I know you're busy, but isn't that crazy for that guy to say? I know some frat guys, and what if it was a frat person that it got out of control? Who says that?
To me, I'm still on the fence till he gives me a phone, until I actually, we're on the phone. I mean, I don't know who this is.
I said,
people spread this and made it viral.
I would have been screaming from the rooftops. Listen, man, it's me.
Exactly. Like, why? I don't know if he's getting off on it.
Listen, it's me. I mean, to the point you get nervous because you opened your mouth and did something like that. People need to learn to stop that. But the trolls that have come out, it's quite disgusting. It's like we're living ass backwards, watching these people actually deny that there's facts out there. But okay, I'll let you go.
No, thank you. I appreciate you. God bless you.
I'll call you back, I'm sure, in a little next week or something.
All right. Thank you for calling in. God bless you, man. You too.
You too.
219-885-9693. But hold up. Why won't this guy answer the phone? He called. You know what I mean? He called, but why isn't he answering the phone? Because when you got people that hit me up, and I'm talking about these people are, even after hearing that voicemail that you're talking about, Coffee Cake down there, and thank you. I appreciate you for the donation. That's cool, and God bless you, and thank you for that. But I want to explain on it. I want to talk back to you here. Let's go to that phone call. When you have people, professionals in the field reaching out to me, I'm talking about Hidden True Crime, which they're, you know, if you know their background, you know their background. The New York Times, News Nation, Inside Edition, Casey Arntz's friend saying that's 100% him. And then, you know, the news stations get a hold of that and they're reaching out because they were told that's 100% him. They believe, you know, by friends of him. When you have all that noise going on and you don't want to step forward and clear that up, if you are somebody else, let's hit the waves and let everybody know that ain't BK. So, you know, there ain't no bullshit going through. Now, I mean, it's in the hands of the FBI because they have it, but damn, he could get on the phone with me and clear it up like that. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Numbers actually can be spoofed. We tried it. We know it. We know it can. We did it in Discord. So, I mean, but yeah, if you want to call in 219-885-9693, it is what it is. Like she said, I'd be shouting from the rooftop. Detective Juan, you're on the line. What's going on, Detective Juan?
Hey, buddy.
What's going on, man? So what's your thoughts on the unsealed warrant?
I just got home from dinner, so I haven't even seen anything. If you want to pop up the pages, I see them on there, and we can go through it. If anybody's got questions, I can try to address it.
49 pages, long-ass pages?
Holy cow. Is this from his
Are you out of your mind?
So what?
Is this from his apartment, or what is this warrant from? The unsealed warrant, what's it from?
Unsealed from apartment. Now, what I have up here on the page right now is items seized. So if you can see, that's what they seized from the apartment.
Yeah, I can see it. One nitrate black glove.
Mm-hmm.
Walmart receipt with Dickies tag. Well, obviously there's some substance to that, so I don't know if they've got photos of him wearing a Dickies outfit. They might have video of him in that outfit at some point. I don't know. They might have recovered it and it might have had blood on it. I honestly won't be surprised. They probably didn't recover the knife there if it's not listed, but I won't be surprised if they recovered a knife. Just because there's just too much evidence he's left behind. He was surprised.
He definitely set a stage. I was answering the comment. Somebody said that Dave didn't set a stage. He spoke about conversations he had 10 years ago. So there's conversations with 10 different people walking up to you asking you how to get away with murder.
Remember when you asked if I thought that was him? I told you, nah. Especially if the FBI hadn't reached out. That guy was.
I did a follow-up. Remember we talked the other day and you said follow up. Send it to the FBI. Right. Well, they confirmed they got it.
Good. The
FBI confirmed with me that they got my message, that they got my tip that I sent in this time.
Good.
Other times they didn't.
They didn't embellish on anything else that they did with it, though.
No, they're not going to either.
No. But from when I got home, after you sent me the message, I started watching the show. So he reached out to you?
Okay, so I was live last night, and I got a message while I was live that said, "You're a piece of shit." From that number. Now, yeah. You know, so people do have my number, so I don't know if they're trolling or doing what. But when I got it, I read out what I said to him. I don't know if you heard what I said, but that's what exactly.
Yeah, I did. I mean, when we were together on the show, we called him out and told him to call. He was given every opportunity to avoid any drama. So this is on him. It's not on you. It's not on anyone but him.
Hey, you could take the people that took the clip that day that Bryan got arrested and posted it everywhere. I mean, I didn't make it get 20 million views, dude.
Well, Dave, if you're listening, Dave, T-REV did everything that he could possibly do to give you the opportunity to call in and exonerate yourself. He also never said that you were Bryan. Never. He, you're the listeners did that. So the listeners
Brian's best friend, or not Brian's best friend, but one of Brian's childhood friends said that's 100% him.
Yeah, yeah, a childhood friend that hadn't talked to him since 2014.
That's what I'm saying. So I mean,
it's.
But when you hear that, it's like, damn, is that really? It makes you think.
Yeah, you got it. You don't know how valid. She was. I don't know. Maybe she does. Maybe he's got a distinctive voice, but I don't know. I didn't put much credence on him, to be honest with you. So.
I think it's I mean, now I'm starting to wing towards 60-40 troll.
Yeah, he's definitely a troll. I think he was high and he was or drunk or something that night. Didn't he? Can
you explain forensic experts reaching out to me saying we think that's 100% him, speculating wise, and what do you think about that? Because last night I got a few messages, dude, from some very high savvy people that are ex FBI, ex forensic psychologists, and people are like, we think it's him.
Yeah, I don't think it's him. I never thought it was him. It's a troll. It's a troll.
But I mean, when you got experts thinking that that's him, that's crazy to me. Like, I mean, come out and fucking put it into this silly shit.
Experts can be wrong.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. But what I'm saying is, long story short, to nip it in the bud is, come out and clear it. Why even have the victims' families even think of, oh, did he call into the show and toy around with this thing that came out to be almost on point with a survey?
Well, I mean, he had to know unless he dug a hole and buried himself, or perhaps he's, when I listened to that call, that guy sounded pretty inebriated or messed up,
I mean,
so
maybe
he's got a drug or an alcohol problem, and he's got a depression problem. Who knows? Maybe he, I just knew it wasn't him. There's no way. I mean, I can't say there's no way that Bryan wouldn't call in, but I don't think I didn't think it was him.
You're saying about Utah that you don't think it's him?
No, Dave, no. I don't think it's him. I don't think it's Bryan.
A lot of people don't think it's him either.
But let's go over this warrant. What's going on with it?
So I mean, you see
Enlighten
everything
me.
on the screen. There's a,
they only took 12 items, and then let's see.
Yeah, they got
they took a pillowcase with some blood on it.
Dark red spot.
Yeah, I'm laying on a pillowcase right now, and I had an ant bite. And I scratched my shoulder the other day, and it busted open. There's blood on my pillow.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's blood on a lot of people's pillows, especially men. And obviously, he cuts himself shaving because he's in court with freaking fillet slices down his face. So, I mean, I'm not thinking that was any blood that got back to the house or to his apartment post the homicides would have been coagulated and dried up. It wouldn't have still been wet. So
yeah,
that's probably his blood. It's not any of the victim's blood, my guess, So it's unlikely, When what is the let's see, the dust container from Abyssal Power Force, is that from his vacuum or is that a evidence vacuum? Do we know?
I have no idea.
That could be from.
I would say his.
Well, they also have to tag the filter from an evidence vacuum. So if they're trying to retrieve, DNA or skin samples, hair, things like that, they have vacuums that they use, and they go over the whole apartment with to retrieve evidence. So they would pull that filter, tag it, and then retrieve any evidence that they retrieved from the apartment. There's things that you wouldn't see, so that's why they use special vacuums. I I wouldn't think that's from his vacuum, but it could be. You know, they're not leaving any stone unturned, so you never know. You know, maybe he vacuumed. They're assuming he vacuumed his apartment before he left, so they're trying to get any and all evidence that may have been transferred from him once he came in after the homicide. So it's possible, but it could also be law enforcement equipment. 8 possible hair strands. What do you mean possible hair strands? I mean, it's like anything else. It's like if you get a stem from a crack pipe, you know, it's got a white powdery residue, but you can't say it's cocaine until you test it, and you have the fine test that proves that it's cocaine, which you also tag as evidence.
Yeah.
But 8 possible hair strands, they got to determine whether they're actual hair strands. What they are, I have no idea. I mean, they're just retrieving it. They're not leaving any stone unturned because, again, he got there. He obviously had to undress. I don't see any clothing. There's no clothing on there at all.
Well, so there's receipts from Marshalls. So I mean, you got that one Walmart receipt with one Dickie tag on it.
Well, there's the thing. If they didn't find that Dickie outfit after he purchased it, then that's circumstantial. But okay, Brian, you purchased a Dickie's outfit, which could be, you know, part of your. It could be a dark Dickies, like a black Dickies outfit. Didn't Dylan say he was dressed in black?
Yeah.
So if that's the case, he was potentially dressed in a black Dickies outfit, and they didn't find that outfit, but they found a receipt from the purchase of that. So bam, there's circumstantial evidence right there that can be admitted and should be admitted. All right. Where's this Dickies outfit that you bought on such a date? You know.
Once again, I call it Walmartology. It's
Walmartology.
It's
the garbology of Walmart.
You got Walmartology, man. A lot of Walmarts come up in these true crime cases, man, all the time, especially in you know, murder cases. It comes up all the friggin' time.
Well, you know, all these other hairs. You know, remember, you know, there's a dog involved, and a lot of times, you know, pet hairs are very tacky, and they're small strands, and they can get embedded in clothing very easily. Shoes, you know, the tops of shoes, and he could walk back into his apartment and deposit that dog. What was the dog's name? I forget now, but
Murphy.
Murphy. So Murphy's hairs could be in his apartment. And in his car, you know. So, you know, you get those dog hairs, and it's the same with human hair. They'll do DNA tests with Murphy. I'm sure they already have, and they'll identify whether they're Murphy's hairs or not if any were retrieved.
Yeah.
Oh wait, one possible animal hair. Oh, there you go. So did he have pets?
That's why I said go. You got to go over that bad boy, man. Let me know what you think.
I'm going on it. Did he have pets? Do we know? Did we ever determine whether he had pets?
No, he didn't have pets.
Well, there's a potential.
From everything that I've researched and looked up, I've never seen anything about him having no fucking pet.
There's a potential damning piece of evidence right there. If it's an animal hair, it could be Murphy's hair. If that's, I mean, he's a done deal. I mean, people can get on here and say what they want to say. He's a done deal. The car did him in. DNA is a bonus, but the car did him in. He was careless, and I truly believe that he planned this, but I don't believe he planned on doing it that night. I think it was an opportunity because she was leaving. She was back in town that night, and that was his last opportunity to take care of business. And he did it. Something set him off. And, you know, his vision issue, you know, he very well may not have seen Dylan because he doesn't have a peripheral, especially in his right eye. And if he's coming down those stairs, her bedroom was on the right. You know, he's got tunnel vision already from his adrenaline pump, and you know, he very well may not have seen her. I mean, we can speculate all day long, but it's, you know, based on what I've read and him describing his own ailment surrounding his eye or his eyes. I mean, it's very possible that he didn't have peripheral, which he even talks about.
Why
he
did
basically kind of says he has tunnel vision.
I got a question for you. Why under a gag order is this coming out? Or do they have no choice?
That's a good question. I mean, I didn't expect to see any of this.
I just want to know why it would come out if there's a gag order. There's, we got all that going on, and why is this being dropped?
Because they probably figure that there's nothing real damning here. I mean, there's nothing that's going to knock your socks off right here that's going to affect any trial proceeding or taint any potential juror from seeing this. I mean, there's nothing that says, okay, it is the dog hair, it is Murphy's hair. It's just saying what they collected. I mean, there's a gag order. Very good point, and I don't get it. I know they typically wouldn't release anything.
Yeah,
I'm surprised to see this.
I was trying to figure out.
It was sealed. Is this everything? Is it how many pages is it? 48?
Yeah, the 49, 48, something about that. Yeah, 49. 49 on this bad boy.
Was it executed by Moscow or the state? Who executed it? What's it say on the first page here?
Let's go to the first page right here. In the Superior Court of the State of Washington, and for the County of Whitman. So,
all right. Huh.
They got it there. So, a bunch of the shit from the here is a lot of the stuff from the probable cause affidavit, and it talks. I was reading through it when I was at the doctor's, skimming through it, and it was a lot of the same shit that was
just redundant stuff that we've already seen.
I mean, the bombshell here is what I showed you. If you want to call bombshell the breaking news that everybody's
that's not a bombshell until the results come in, and we won't see the results.
You want to hear what else came out and news stations are reporting on? So I'm going to report on it too. That he messaged one of the girls on Instagram multiple times and didn't stop messaging her.
Told you. He had a connection with one of the girls. Does it say which girl? Probably not.
Mm-hmm.
How did that come about?
You didn't tell me shit.
Is that like
motherfucking ass
hand information, or did that come from a reliable source?
It came from Nancy. Came from a bunch of different spots.
Nancy's got connections, so if it came from Nancy, there's probably some validity to it.
Detective Warrant. Nah, man.
Missed everybody.
Good, you can take a joke these days, but nah, man. Do you really think any of this? Do you think that they're hiding anything from in here? I know that says items seized, but they're not going to come out and show us the evidence, right? I mean,
no, that's just vague stuff. That's just a teaser. I mean, they're not teasing us, but they're just releasing stuff to appease everybody that's demanding to see stuff. I don't get it. This gag order, I wouldn't have expected to see anything else. But again, this is really nothing earth shattering.
Yeah, no.
There's nothing earth shattering.
The probable cause affidavit was a bigger bomb to me than this shit.
Probable cause affidavit, I'm telling you that was full of a lot of stuff that you don't typically see on a PC affidavit. I mean, but again, they had a lot of time to put it together, so it typically doesn't happen. Typically, homicides are usually solved pretty quick because of witnesses, and people can't keep their mouth shut. So, this one drug on for 49 days, so they had plenty of time.
Mm.
Like I said, I'm gonna go back to when the chief of police came on that day, and I was like, I'm telling you, they got their man. He's got too much pep in his step. He's got that little cocky smirk.
Mm.
I'm not saying that in a bad way, but he's like, he knew who their guy was, and he knew it was about to go down.
Dude, they were hawking him down from what date again? I mean, November, like right after Thanksgiving, they were on his ass.
Yep. That guy wasn't. He was on 24-hour surveillance by multiple teams, and I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't counter surveilling and doing things to, even if he didn't know he was being surveilled.
Mm.
There had to be a point where he knew the shit was going to hit the fan, because that car.
I think when he was on his way to PA, that happened, or I think it set in. It may even have set in before. A lot of people are going forward and saying, "I think you planted the sheaf there and left it there."
No way.
I don't.
No way.
I respectfully disagree with it. I don't think so. But hey,
no way. This guy's a pure narcissist. He doesn't want to be caught. I'm telling you, he made these mistakes because it was an impulse. It was a quadruple murder by impulse. He impulsively did that night for whatever reason. That was not something that he planned to do. I'm telling you right now, in my opinion. He planned on doing it. Don't get me wrong. The thoughts went through his head, but he didn't plan on doing it that night. Something happened to set him off. And I believe that he seized the opportunity to get Kaylee because she was back in town, and that was her last night. You know what hurt Kaylee and hurt them all was diarrhea of the mouth on social media. So by Maddie posting that Kaylee was leaving and this was her last night here, that could potentially have been,
are you crazy?
The reason why he did what he did.
Yeah, but
I'm not blaming.
In their defense, though, I mean, who doesn't post what they're doing
No, they do. I'm just making a point that could be the catalyst that set him off. Was he's following them. He knew exactly what those girls were doing, where they were. He was probably infatuated with one or both or three or four of them. Who knows? But he definitely knew what was going on. And, I think it was an impulse kill that night. Kills.
Yeah, but they're not. We also got to look at it from this angle too. Did they know anybody was watching them to kill them? You know what I mean? They posted like that on the regular. Yeah, great.
Well, again, if the definition of stalking is a lot of people don't realize you have to know that you're being stalked to use the term stalking. I mean, so if somebody says I'm being stalked, then they know that somebody's stalking them. But you can't throw that word around. I'm not saying you are, but people can't speculate that he was stalking them. He may have been very well surveilling them and watching them, but if they didn't know that was going on, then they weren't being stalked. They were just being surveilled and watched. Yeah. And intel was being gathered on them through social media, through actually sitting up behind the house, probably watching them through that slider upstairs. I mean, there was no blinds covering any window that I could see. I mean, if you're a pervert and you want to potentially sit in your car up on that hill behind that building and do what you need to do and watch through those windows, you're going to catch Kaylee walking back and forth. Maybe you'll catch her in her underwear. Who knows?
Did you ever work homicide?
Yeah, I worked homicide.
No, I just seen a lot of people saying. I seen somebody say narcotics are different than homicide. They probably don't even talk to each other.
Okay.
I don't know if they mean it to you or what, but
no, they're wrong.
Do they talk?
If you're in CID, you don't always stay in the same division of CID. I was in street crimes. I was in narcotics. I was in property crime. I was in persons crimes. I was in straight up homicide. I was in a gang related task force. I was on a DEA task force. A lot of things. I mean, I'm diverse in a lot of things. I mean, I spent most of my career in narcotics, but while in narcotics, I helped solve many homicides because I knew everybody and I had connections. So,
good explanation. So
a lot of people, a lot of times I was called in to help on homicides. I was in homicide, yes, but I eventually moved into narcotics. I wish I'd have stayed in homicide.
So what's I got a question for you here. What is the move on them releasing this unsealed search warrant on Bryan Kohberger's apartment? What is that? Is this a chess move by prosecution? I mean, I don't get it. By the detectives or what?
No, because this is all got to come out in discovery. You know, it's all got to come out in discovery. So they're not, like I said, it's not anything that is earth shattering.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why they released it, to be honest with you. I mean, it's mind blowing to me, but maybe they released it because there's really nothing to see. They're just showing that they executed a search warrant at his apartment. But if there was a knife found at his apartment, it would probably be in here.
So if they found the knife of his apartment, they would say, "Hey, you know, K-bar." It'd be marked in item C.
Yeah,
K-bar knife found.
If this is the complete affidavit, the search warrant, then they would have to list everything they retrieved.
I want to see the discovery.
You're not going to see the discovery until
trial.
You know, until the whole process starts. That's when you're gonna. Everyone's gonna need to get their popcorn out, because if this is aired on TV, which I hope it is. You know, there's going to be a lot of pressure on whatever judge or whatever venue has this because you know, these networks have a lot of power. So, you know, ideally, you know, a judge can say no, period. You know, I don't want the distraction, and order, you know, the media can come in, but there's no cameras or anything. But I mean, I think they'll cave. I think the judge will cave and allow the media in there. This is too big. People are going to want to see it.
Yeah.
So get your popcorn ready for, well, it'll be stale by the time this trial takes place.
2 years.
Yeah,
I'm talking 2 years, man. I really do think 2 years before he's in trial.
There's a lot of work to be done. I mean, from the defense side, it's like I said when we were talking about, you know, whether he's going to waive his right to, you know, speedy hearings and the trial and everything else. It would only benefit him to have.
Chauncey Holt says discovery is going to be an absolute circus.
I said that too. It's going to be amazing to watch, because they're gonna fight. The defense is going to try and get everything thrown out. They're going to say circumstantial. They're going to say, you know, all kinds of stuff, prejudicial. They're going to, you know, because a lot of the evidence is going to be circumstantial evidence.
I got a question for you. Do you think that this idiot ordered Jack in the Box DoorDash to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, on the night of those murders? Do you think Bryan Kohberger did that? Because there's a lot of people that been saying that lately. What do you think about that? Do you think that he ordered a DoorDash for them to delivery so he can sneak in? Like, I don't know where this is coming from, but I've been seeing it a lot, and it's actually blowing my mind that people think they do that. But I mean,
that's getting a little far fetched. I think he's been surveilling them, And I think he knew that the first thing that was going to happen when Kaylee got home is she's going to let her dog out. So, there's all kinds of things that can be done to gain entry, and they're drunk. She probably had the dog running around in there for a while, and he sat back and waited.
The dog? Yeah, Murphy?
Right. So the first thing she did, of course, they were out all night. So what do you think she did? She took the dog out. And if he sat back there and waited, that's the theory that I had a long time ago, that she took the dog out and he could have accosted her right then and walked her up the stairs, put the dog in her bedroom, and went into Maddie's room and killed both of them.
What about that van? They didn't mention no shoes being like Katrina just said. They didn't mention no shoes in this search warrant. They remembered how they had the foot.
Right.
What's it? Nitrite.
The van.
How do they say
van.
it? What's the one night? What is it? Pronounce it for me. The first one. One night something tight black glove. What is it?
Nitrite tight black glove.
What is that?
I don't know. I don't know what a nitrite. Somebody's have to look that up.
I'm just curious on what a nitrite is, or night. I don't even know what the hell that is. But let's see.
It's probably a close-fitting glove, something that doesn't have a lot of play in it. So.
Oh, I see. All right, so this is a nitrite. Here we go, guys. There's your nitrite glove right there. That's what it looks like right there. Glove. Nice and beautiful.
If it doesn't fit, you must have quit.
Oh, it definitely fits.
Yeah.
That looks like what investigators use to search shit with, dude.
That's not a leather glove. That's some kind of a silicone-based rubber glove, it looks like to me.
Yeah.
So they found one, there wasn't two.
Yeah, they found one.
And I'm going to address the sheath thing. He did not leave that sheath on purpose. Everyone needs to realize that, a lot of people have knives like K-bars and the Rambo style knives shoved down in the pillar of their door, that are in the sheath. They grab the sheath, they remove the knife. They usually hold on to the sheath with their left or right hand, whatever their dominant hand is, will wield the knife.
Yeah.
And I believe he made this decision. He walked in carrying the knife. He pulled it out, had the sheath in hand, and when he did what he did to the girls, he had to fight, which he didn't anticipate probably, and he let go of the sheath.
So
because he had to grab to stab, and he in the struggle, it probably got underneath one of their bodies or something like that where it wasn't visible to him.
Mm-hmm.
And, he messed up.
So I got so my last question before
that's why I think he didn't think this out very well.
So my last question before I let you go and get on to some more callers, because I know a lot of people want to know that they're on it tonight. So what do you think about number 5, 8 possible hair strands? Why would they put that and then put one possible animal hair strand? Number 7, 8, one possible hair. 9, one possible hair. 10, one possible hair. So why say 8 possible hair strands? Is that what, maybe something like of a fiber?
Because you can't definitively say it's hair. Legally, you can't say it in the affidavit. It is hair until the lab confirms that it's hair.
Mm.
So, like I said, it's just like having a crack pipe and you test the residue. It's a white powdery residue until it's confirmed that it's cocaine.
Right. Well,
so that that once like I said, this is nothing earth shattering. It's just what they took, but the results are going to be the earth shattering part. If that's in fact the dog's hair, it's just another nail in his coffin.
Just another nail.
I just don't believe the theory that he left the sheath on purpose. I mean, no way.
Do you think that he could get to his apartment from the times that they allege that he committed this crime? get all the way back and still have blood on him that he can transfer to his pillow?
No, that's what I said. By the time he got back to his apartment, that blood would have been coagulated and dried and absorbed in clothing or what have you. I mean, it could happen. You're still going to deposit some blood, but it's not going to be, I don't know. You got a lot of blood. If he walked out of there with a ton of blood on him, like gobs of it, it could happen. But I would imagine the first thing he did was shower when he got home if he did have blood. So, you're talking about many days after the crime too, that they collected all this stuff. So, again, do I think that he knew he was going to get caught? I don't know. If he left, if he didn't destroy his tower and he didn't destroy his electronic devices, he may have had no clue. But I think he down deep. That's why his dad came, so they could have some windshield time.
Yeah, man.
I think he knew.
Well, man, oh man, I'm dying. Well,
in order for him to be the guy, they have to have undeniable blood evidence to convict him. Absolutely 100% wrong. Wrong.
Crazy.
Sorry.
Crazy.
I'd have to respectfully disagree with that. They're not good. This case isn't gonna hinge on DNA. It's not. It's not going to hinge on DNA or blood evidence. That's going to be a bonus, but there's going to be a lot of other things. I think the electronic devices are going to be huge. That's what a lot of these warrants, when they talked early, they were all on electronic devices. I'll guarantee out of the 50 some odd warrants that they said they issued, they were for electronic devices and all kinds of things, and associates electronic devices, his parents electronic devices, the girls' electronic devices, to determine whether there was communication. So I think those are the things that are going to hanging, and the triangulation from the towers are going to hanging. They're going to put him there. He's, the blood. This is what gets me. What did we do before DNA, T-REV? Did we not convict people for murder before DNA? Did we have to have blood evidence to convict somebody of a murder before DNA? No. DNA has evolved, and it makes it, very difficult to defend. But you do not have to have DNA to convict.
Well,
there's a lot of people that they're so
like Leo Schofield. I know,
right?
Doing life in prison for killing his wife when a convicted murderer came forward and actually found his fingerprint. They didn't have any evidence. It was all hearsay from witnesses.
Yep, and unfortunately that has happened through the years. There's many people that have been convicted, but it's not that big of an issue. Usually, like I said, murders are pretty easy crimes to solve. This one was different, But anybody could do something like that. I can guarantee you right now, if I wanted to commit a murder, I would get away with it. I wouldn't be this stupid.
Well, shit, man. I appreciate you calling in, Detective John. I'm gonna get some callers. I don't know, some people are antsy to get through on the lines. I appreciate you calling
Just
up.
Returning your text, man. I figured I'd call you because I'm heading to bed. Hey, everybody, have a great night. And
look over that document.
Yeah, I'll look over it.
Look over the 49 pages and let me know what you think.
Are you looking at any other cases right now?
Absolutely.
What's hot on your mind?
Christian Andriakos, AJ Armstrong, he has trial in February, third try for murdering his parents. Misty Bevers.
For that his wife worked in DC. He cut her up and he deposited her in a bunch of different trash bins.
I know which one you're talking about.
There's no corpus delicti, but blood is with him because and the plethora of stupid searches he did, like how to dispose of a body weighing 115 pounds. What happens to a body when you cut it up and put it in a plastic bag? I mean, this guy's an idiot. And he's on house arrest. So,
well, shit, man. I appreciate you calling in, brother. I'll talk to you soon.
I'll watch it till I fall asleep. Good night.
All right, my bubba.
See you, bud. Bye.
Shout out to Detective John. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in.
Today, Junior?
Yes, sir. Let's hear about it. $201.
Yo, it's New Block, Rev.
I hope you don't got a gun. You're live.
Yeah, man. Listen, this case is obviously horrible, like I've said before. Kohberger, this is all his PhD thesis, but he took it to a very demonic level from the start to the beginning. It's pretty evident now that he was in contact, or he tried to contact one of the victims. I believe it's on Instagram. And I think you can actually figure out who it is because one of them is not private. And there was some type of communication going back and forth. I think the detective is correct. I think it was Gonzalez who was the target at the time. And this now, man, this was his PhD thesis. He was going to get his doctorate degree. He was going to talk about this case. He was going to talk about it with his students. He wanted the attention. He wanted to go on Dr. Phil to talk about this and so many other talk shows to talk about it. But he got caught. And I can even tell he knows he's done. He's done. This is over. The issue now is, though, Bryan wants to be a smartass about this now. So he keeps on coming up with all these delusional precedents. Oh, I want this. I want this. We need to get this information. We need this to be released. I need to see the discovery. This is all a game to him, T-REV. It's just horrible. That's all it is to him.
Yeah, I agree.
And, the other thing with the sheath, man, I don't think he anticipated how many people were going to be in this house. So he obviously, unfortunately, pulled an O.J. Simpson because I think only one or two of those, I think it was only one now, was the target. And then what happened was the struggle happened. But I think the case is over too because I do think, and it's horrible to say, man, I think the killing was recorded in the sense that somebody was. I think cell phones were on. They're 20-year-old kids. They're TikTok or whatever, Instagram Live. And I think what happened was they didn't necessarily weren't live on TikTok or Instagram, but they may have been recording, and the camera is on. Somebody drops their iPhone camera, and then that's probably, unfortunately, you can hear the recordings of these killings on one of those personal phones.
Right.
And I think now, man, like there was, and I don't mean to be rude to anybody. The sheath was not planted. He got so paranoid when he was there, he traveled twice back to the house and kept zoning in and going in circles. And he didn't want to go back in that house. If he had gotten back into that house and maybe took that sheath, I think that this would have been a sense now that it could have maybe looked not so much like a case like Delphi where it takes 5 years, but it could have set back the case very long. But he left it there. And that's what happened. And I just hope he gets the death penalty, man, because I don't want to see this clown in jail talking. That's the problem.
Right.
Like you had Jeffrey Dahmer talk, you got Ted Bundy talk. No one wants to hear him talk. Just put him in the chair and that's that. You're not going to get these people back. It's not really justice, but this guy shouldn't have a voice about anything.
Right.
Yeah, man, that's it, man. Just wanted to say that, and look forward to continue to listen to you, man. Take care.
Well, I appreciate you hitting me up, brother. God bless you, and thank you for being a voice in the community, my man. You have a good one.
You too.
Shout out to him, and if you want to call in, 219-885-9693. I'm about to put the PDF file up for you guys real quick. Hold up. Where is that? There it is. I'll get it up for you guys. 978. What's going on? You live?
Yo, T-REV, what's up?
What's up? What's your thoughts on this warrant? On this unsealed warrant? What's your opinions and thoughts, and what do you want to share with everybody?
All right. Well, I know like the previous caller, not the one now, but like the detective said, yeah, it's nothing big, but I, to the contrary, feel like it's really something pretty huge. I feel like Murphy is going to solve the case to some degree. I also disagree with him as far as DNA. I feel like DNA is also going to play a huge part of it. One thing that really struck me, and it's probably because I work in mental health, is the way Bryan describes on that, that Tap Talk posting when he was like 16, or I forget what age he was.
The mental or the visual snow.
Yeah, but even more importantly, like his feelings, like towards like his parents, and he said he felt nothing, and he went in a long descriptive. He sounds exactly like if someone had like antisocial personality disorder would describe how that feels. So that's one thing that really stood out to me. But something that really ticked me off, and I hope you don't mind I say it, but
yeah, absolutely.
For that ex-detective to say stuff about Morgan having diarrhea, Madison, I'm sorry, having diarrhea of the mouth, and saying stuff on Instagram, etc. It's like, dude, it's easy to say that when everyone's sitting back and kind of watching everything, but that's just how kids are nowadays. I mean, they and this whole stalking thing, kids will use that. When I was younger, when I was in my late teens, early 20s, I would say, oh, this guy's stalking me, but not literally. It was just like, he's calling me, or, trying to hit me up or whatever. So I just want to kind of clear that up. I don't know. It just kind of left a bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah, it can do that. I mean, I was surprised to hear from him. Like, what did you say?
Yeah.
I know. In general, that's a thing. That's a thing, and it really is. Yeah. To be honest with you, it's a thing that kids do these days. They share everything that they got going on. They share where they're going. It's
right.
So why they're not thinking, hey, I'm gonna be killed tonight. Maybe I shouldn't share this. I mean, should we be a little bit careful? Absolutely, but in general, you shouldn't. You also can put out what you're doing, not say where you're going or whatever. But you don't have to be a fucking hermit and not post anything. Some people, everybody's different.
Exactly. So my personal opinion is that what they released today, as far as like, what they collected from his apartment, I think it's really actually pretty big. And I think that everything's been tested and things are coming back. Do you know what I mean? That's just my feelings on it from, I guess, my experience and my worldview, etc. But yeah, I feel like it's a big thing. I think the hairs especially are a big thing. Blood on the pillow, I think, is a big thing. So I just kind of wanted to call and chat. I love your show. Watch you all the time.
Thank you. I appreciate you. So
no problem.
What stood out the most to you on this unsealed warrant that we got dropped? Was there anything that stood out to you more than other?
Yeah. I think the animal hair was one big one. Possibly too the geez, I forget the name. The receipt from Walmart. You know, what was it? No, Dickies. You know, I'm thinking, man, did he straight up go in there like Michael Myers? You know, he wears those coveralls, the Dickies coveralls. You know, that's what I'm picturing. And then he maybe took them off after. I don't know. All these thoughts kind of go through your head when you're thinking about it. But I think the animal hair, most of all, stuck out to me. And I sincerely believe that Murphy's going to be like the hero of this whole entire case.
Oh, it'd be beautiful to see that.
Yeah.
Vitamin.
Yeah. So
it really would.
Hell yeah.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much.
Thanks, T-REV. I appreciate it. All right, you take care. I love listening to your show.
God bless you, man. And I hope to hear from you again soon.
You will.
Thank you so much. God bless you. If you want to go download the PDF file for Bryan Kohberger, Unsealed Warrant, and you want to look at all 49 pages, it's up right now on the members tab. Make sure you go grab it. 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts? On this? I need to catch up in chat. I'm at 8:57. Oh, I'm not that far behind. We forgot that even that. Hold it. I'll read that in a second. 602, you're stuck like glue. You live. What's going on?
Yo, can you hear me, Rev?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Jessica, what's going on?
It's Jessica. What's up? Not you recognize my voice.
Jessica, what's going on? Yes, come on. How could I not recognize you? I mean, we rocked together for 355 hours. I mean,
family, miss you.
Yeah.
How you doing, Rev? How's your night going?
I'm doing great. I'm doing interesting about this unsealed warrant, or if that's even what you want to talk about.
Well, first I wanted to address before I forget, what the last caller said, the possible animal hair. We don't know what animal hair it can be. It can be raccoon, cat. You know, we don't know. They haven't told us exactly if it's a dog hair or not. So we shouldn't put too much into that. I mean, it's a whole lot of miles away from pretty much where the victims were demised. So I just wanted to touch on that, because that can be raccoon hair, cat hair. A lot of stray cats that travel around apartments. We should know that. So, also, I wanted to, Rev, your year's been going good so far? You and your girl? Wanted to touch base on that.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Hey, and I seen your dog.
Shit, it's been a wonderful start for 2023.
Nice. Yes. Okay. Well, round of applause to that. What's up to the chat? I miss y'all. Just been going through a little bit in my own household, so I had to take a little bit of time from social media and stuff like that. But I'm back, family. Also, I wanted to address Rev, because when I had joined, I heard Detective John. What's up, Detective John? I hope you haven't fell asleep yet. Miss you, missed your voice, missed your input and your intake, and definitely respect your opinion, which everybody is entitled to. Even if you have something to say negative about the girls, it's your opinion, and we have to respect it. I also wanted to say, when I joined in, I heard Detective John kind of going over his credentials. I mean, you guys in the chat, that respectfully respect him. At this point, aren't we past questioning this man's credentials?
Mm-hmm.
Rev is not going to have this man continuously on his show when he's already said, guys, he's verified this man's credentials. Okay, at this point, you guys are questioning T-REV. Okay, so respectfully respect Detective John in the chat. Okay, now moving on from that, I also wanted to address, as far as people saying that, oh, he planted this, he planted that. Guys, Bryan Kohberger has never been arrested. He's never been in prison. His DNA was not in the system. Okay. The man was not expecting to get caught. Okay. That's why he made so many mistakes. He did not know the cops were onto them. Bravo to the Idaho police. Y'all did a great job of not letting this guy know you guys were onto him, because he thought he got away with it. That's why he left the sheet. It wasn't on purpose. Okay, he didn't. We don't know if that's his footprint or not, but I'm sure there's a whole lot more evidence that's going to lead Bryan there, especially the Papa Roger, and the phone call as well. T-REV, I'll touch on that in a second. But I just wanted to make sure that everybody's aware that, look, this man wasn't in the system, guys. He had never been arrested, and he was well on his way with his father to enjoy his Christmas and his New Year's. Hello, he was out there cleaning the car at 4 a.m. and throwing trash away at the neighbors, not knowing the police and the FBI were probably out in the trees, okay, like Call of Duty out there scuffing his ass out. So let's just put that out there. What do you think about that, Rez?
Yeah, I know. I mean, like they said from early on, I don't know if you caught both of the episodes on Dateline and NBC, but or ABC and NBC, the 2-hour specials. I mean, and even in the affidavit, they were on to Bryan before his DNA. So, you know, DNA just made it, you know, them being on to him and them getting his DNA just sealed the deal for them to go ahead and make the arrest. Now, they were on his ass 4 days prior, 4 to 5 days prior watching him, but for some reason in my mind, I think they were on to him when they pulled him over in Indiana for some reason. Even though I hear they weren't, I still for some reason can't get that.
They were. They're not going to reveal all their cards to the public, just like they didn't do in the beginning, had us all sleuthing the wrong way at the Jack D's, the Jack S, but I like the way they did that because that's what got that goofy to call into your show and try to put that narrative out there. Now, I also wanted to say that Goofy is currently locked up, okay? Now, my belief on that phone number, it is a talk-a-tone number, it is a text plus number, it might be even any type of number you can download from an app store. I do it all the time. And once the person is done using that number, it recycles and then the next person gets the phone number. So it might be somebody just trolling T-REV. They already know what's going on. They're not on it. Because why wouldn't he answer the phone right now? Okay? Because Dave's ass is in jail, period. Now, we're going to get the rest of that information probably later in June because regardless of the DNA evidence, real quick, the digital evidence, that's enough. Okay, that's enough. The phone call, the Papa Roger, the knowing about the sheath, the saying who you went in there to target. I mean, the police are going to reveal all of that and who died first and all that's going to all come out, guys. So let's just continue to be patient. Dylan, stay strong. We're going to need you to testify against the bastard. And yo, Red family, yo, stay up, baby. What's up?
Yeah, we always up. You know, I took a little break myself. I heard you say you took a break from social media. If you haven't noticed, I ain't been live that much either. I kind of been relaxing, you know, recuperating from the 355 hours we spent on here daily chasing this goofy motherfucker.
Hours, Rev, you weren't even sleeping. You
really
were sick at times.
4 hours,
not
3
feeling
hours,
good.
toothaches. So I went through the whole nine. The whole nine.
You were holding it down. But let's be patient, guys. We got the case is gonna be coming. Watch, it's gonna be here in a heartbeat, guys, and we're gonna have more and more information. So let's not fall victim to these sleuths that are on the internet that don't got nothing else to do with put out false information and these stories here and these stories. Let's just stick to the facts, guys, that are being put out, which is only on the T-REV channel, baby. All right, Rev, I'm gonna let you go so you can take some more calls. Thanks, guys, for listening. It's Jessica.
Thank you, Jessica. I'll holler at you. I appreciate you. God bless you.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Lock them damn doors. Yep. I don't give a motherfuck. All right. Make sure you call in at 219-885-9693. $951. What's going on? 951. You're on the bill. You're on. What's going on?
Papa Sal.
Papa Sal is in the building. Papa Sal of the Rep Game family. Welcome, Papa Salvatore. We've been waiting to hear from you. We missed you. We talked about you in Discord. It's nice to hear from you, man. What's going on, Papa Sal? What do you think about this piece of shit and this unsealed search warrant? And
let me tell you something, buddy. The whole reason why this guy isn't getting back to you is because he knows it's bothering you. Don't give this fucking guy a bit. Don't even put him in your fucking conversation. He's loving it. She's watching the fucking TV right now, and just loving that it's bothering them. Don't let them bother you.
Yeah, I think you got a good point.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't let him bother you, buddy. He's a prick. He's another prick, this guy, Bryan. Well, it's funny his name is Bryan, too, right?
Dave. Where's Dave? Anybody Dave?
Dave. That's right, Dave.
He said he's a fucking prick. Get him, Papa Sal, yeah?
Yeah, he's messing with the wrong crew. He's messing with the wrong fucking crew, buddy.
Get him. He's it's funny that guy messaged me last night, or whatever. If whoever it is on the other side, what else is funny is they won't answer the phone now. They messaged me, they called me 4 times back to back at 4 a.m., but they won't answer my phone call. What's wrong with that?
That's what I mean. That's why he's not answering you. That's
but
why.
I sent it to the FBI. I tried to return the call and do the world a favor and say, let's put this shit to rest. Even message no response today. I think I have no idea who's on the other side of that phone. But hey, I mean, the FBI actually responded to my last follow-up and they have all the information, and I updated them with the calls from last night and the text message that was sent to me. So hey.
And that's it. Don't give them any more of your fucking time.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't. I'm with you on that. I'm a follow up with what you just said.
Yeah. I'm looking at this thing, this list here, and it was like, I was wondering, like, a possible animal hair strand. Like, what could that mean? Well, if they got it from his apartment and he doesn't have an animal, what the fuck is it doing in your apartment? What is dog hair doing in your apartment?
Right. Yeah. If it is, man, I'd be blown away.
Yeah.
So I mean, did you look through this thing today?
What?
Or did you listen? Did you listen to everybody talk about it on this? The probable cause listen to me. Probable cause affidavit. The unsealed search warrant from Bryan's apartment.
Yeah. When you're not around, buddy, I scroll around.
You got to, man. You got to surf around and find out what's going on out there in the world.
But I always check to see if you're there. My fucking thumb hurts. I'm trying to fucking see if you're there. I always look for you. But yeah, family comes first, buddy. Family comes first.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. I'm glad to hear from you, man. I was like, man, I wonder if I'm gonna hear from Papa Sal, but I already knew you'd reach through.
Yeah, I got to. How do you become a members only? I don't get in touch with you through, text or comments. I just call in. How do I do that?
You can. All right. So you have a Google account and a name on YouTube?
Yeah.
You would have to go to that button down on the screen that's like a money symbol. If you were going to type in chat, and when you click it, there's a membership. It starts from like 99 cents. So it's like a membership for each month. They have this membership, and there's like a members only. I do post members only stuff, sometimes daily, sometimes not. Mostly I post a lot to the community too. So
yeah, I don't do that chat stuff. Like I said, I'm an idiot when it comes to this stuff.
Hey, man, it is what it is. You got to start somewhere.
Yeah. As long as I can get to talk to you, I'm happy. And I love you. I love the family you have here. This is great. All you guys are great out there. We got to support this guy. We got to support him. Don't let these fucking assholes get you down now.
Oh yeah, nah, man. They can't. They couldn't dim my light if they wanted to. 6 months, 7 months ago, yeah, maybe they'd piss me off and I'd go at them for hours and waste my life on it. But Not me today. No, sir. You may get 1 second of my time, and that's it. And the rest of that,
Get the fuck out of here!
Yeah.
that's about it. You know?
And that Nancy Grace, woof. She's got a voice on her, boy.
She don't play. She's a pit bull, man.
I know. Could you imagine being married to her? What do you want? Pancakes or French toast? And I could just see her fucking screaming at her husband.
Pancakes and French toast. I want some damn pancakes. Nah.
All right, buddy. Let me let you go. I just wanted to let you know. Don't give this fucking guy no time, baby. No.
Right. Yeah. Nah, I'm with you on that. You're 100% right. You're 100% right. Screw him. You know, don't even pay him no attention. You know, it is what it is. Papa Sal, man, I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, brother. I hope the family is doing well up there in West Virginia. And I appreciate you, as always, being a voice in the community. Papa Sal, I look forward to hearing from you on your next call.
I love you for giving me a voice, pal.
Absolutely. All day, any day, anytime you need it. God bless you, my brother. Love you.
Take care, pal. Good night, everybody.
Later. Donna!
Oh my God, I can't believe it. I got through.
There is Donna.
It is
757 sent from heaven. You were on the line.
That's right. Hey.
What's going on? What's going through your mind now after you looked at this search warrant? You 5 minutes on the clock. The floor is yours, Donna. Let everybody know what you're feeling right now.
Well, I'm going to run through this real quick on this part. You know, the search warrant to me is like you can track in dog hair when you walk in the house. Same with people hair. You know, that's really, to me, I don't know. I just really don't lean on that too much. Now, what interested me on that list was that one neoprene or nitrate glove. You know, it's a long shot, but you know, they found that glove on the scene. It was one glove. I'm like, wait a minute, okay, that caught my eye. But as far as the rest of the stuff, you know, like the vacuum cleaner, they're going to send that out. They're going to test what's in there. So it's just kind of like, it's just random stuff. I just think it's just filler. You know what I mean? I don't see anything substantial on this part, you know. As far as the blood goes, you know, he was a long time in that house, you know, and for him to have blood anywhere would be kind of dumb, you know. But my theory, the more this is going on, and I'm gonna tell you, I miss talking to you. I was going through withdrawals because, you know, 300 and some days, and then there's nothing. Come on now. I know I'm not alone, but you know, I had a theory that, you know, he's kind of like, have you ever heard like, well, going to the questionnaire. Remember the questionnaire he did? What if he did find somebody? You know, what if he did find someone who, say, like, he's the brain, they're the brawn, you know, he's telling them what he would like to do or experience, but doesn't have the nerve to do the killing himself, you know. I'm really, really, really thinking that there's a second person here. And when I look at the whole picture, you know, I'm thinking, you know, 15 minutes isn't much. And him going around and around and around, you know, in that car. I think one of the reasons why they told us 2011 to 2013 is because they took us off track because they knew where he was already. When we were doing all that searching and all that running around looking for that car, he already knew where that car was. They already knew where that car was. So my thing is, I just feel like he could have just dropped somebody off. Someone could have gotten out of the car. They had a plan. He was going to meet them, park the car, whatever. And, you know, Because they could have been in the house at 3 o'clock in the morning. They could have been in there. If you look at that animation, there's a closet between the kitchen and the stairwell. They could have been there. There could be DNA in that closet. And you know, let me talk about that sleeve of that sheath of that knife.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Detective John was saying, you know, and a couple other people had said, well, he picked, you know, he's holding it, pulls the knife out, he drops it, whatever. Okay, but why did they only find DNA on the button, on the snap?
Mm-hmm.
When you grab something like that, your whole palm print's going to be on there. Your fingerprint's going to be all over that thing. It's not going to be clean. So why would he clean it just to leave it behind? To me, it's like it's a taunt. He didn't think to clean the snap, because that's like the smallest thing on there, you know. But if you think about grabbing that, in your handprint, palm print, and all that's going to stay on there, and he's killing people, so there's going to be blood, you know. I don't know. I don't buy it. I think he left it. I think he left it on purpose. But going back to what I was saying as far as the questionnaire, I think maybe he met somebody. I'm not saying it's the guy that they've been talking about, you know, the military guy but, you know, who knows? Who knows? But sometimes there is a weakling, and there's like a teacher and a student in these crimes. There can be. And they can work together, you know. The student may not commit the crime, but they're still involved. I mean, say, for instance, if it was that guy that got killed, regardless if he got killed, Bryan, if he was in that car waiting on him, he still is guilty, whether he killed those people or not, because he was there, and he knew there was premeditation there, you know. But I've just been really thinking, if he dropped somebody off and someone was in that house, because Dylan said she heard like you know, the girls playing with the dog upstairs. You know, that could have been them getting killed, but at the same time, you know, we won't know that. But I think that's what she was hearing. That could have been at 3-something in the morning.
Yeah.
You know, because Xana and Ethan probably were in her room, you know, and with the door closed. And, you know, I was thinking about the doors too. You know, those key locks, those keypad door locks. A lot of them, you can close them, and if you don't lock them from the inside, you can walk right in. Like, I have those keypads on my house, and I know other people that have it. And I can walk in, not close the deadbolt behind me or the lock behind me, and anybody can walk in. And that's on any of those. You know, they don't automatically lock. You have to lock them. So if you don't lock them, you can close the door all you want to, but you can still get in.
Right.
So that's, you know, and they live in an environment where they're all roommates. A lot of times, that's the last thing you're thinking about is locking your door when you're in your house with your roommates, especially in a dorm kind of situation. You know, I don't, you know, I think that's kind of a way, because I kept thinking, how did he get in those rooms? You know, how did he get in those rooms? But, you know, I was thinking about those locks. If I don't, you know, they have to lock it from the inside, or the keypad, you know, the keypad is not.
I mean, that's really with any door, in my opinion.
Well, true. But a lot of people think just because they have those touch pads where you put in the number, you know, that as soon as the door closes, it locks on its own. That's not the way it works. It's like a regular lock until you lock it. Or when you walk outside, you can hit one button and it'll lock on its own. You know? So there's a good possibility that that could be part of the problem. Also, I was going to mention something about that DNA. You know, I was watching, I think it was Nancy Grace or Banfield or something the other day, and they were talking about how DNA is circumstantial evidence. And I thought, what? You know, I thought for a minute, why would they call it that? you know. But when I looked it up, that's exactly what it said. It said DNA is considered circumstantial evidence, which is, so it's not a, you know, lock tight thing. It's scientific, you know, but it's still circumstantial.
Right.
So, I mean, I've just been writing down a bunch of stuff, and I was kind of like wanting to talk about that, you know, because just different things are on my mind about this. As far as this list, that's just kind of, I don't know. I think it's just something to feed the masses.
Yeah,
you
no
know?
doubt. No doubt. Shit.
But I know I've been all over the place. I do apologize. But I appreciate everybody listening.
Well,
you know.
we appreciate you calling in, Donna. God bless you. Lock your doors, and I know I'll hear from you again as usual.
Absolutely. You take care of yourself.
God bless you, Donna. I'll see you in a little
you too,
bit.
brother.
Thank you. Donna, if you want to call in 219-885-9693, what's your stance with everything that they got right now? Where you guys at? Let's see it. Call in. Come on. 847, you're on with the Reverend. What's going on?
Oh, man. Hey, T-REV. Chicago here.
847, you're on with the Reverend, man. 5 minutes, the floor is yours. What's your thoughts on this?
I gotta tell you, I can talk about anything in this case, man. I know pretty much everything about it.
Let's get
I almost
it.
got it memorized.
Let's hear it, brother.
But that last caller, since somebody mentioned it besides me, because the situation is, if this dude put this thing on the internet looking for people, and he actually found someone, right? Now, this person doesn't need to be an actual former criminal. Could have just been someone who answered it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now he's got a partner, right?
Okay.
And so let's say, I mean, this is craziness, right? This is TV, movie craziness, right? So this guy lives in Washington or Idaho,
right?
Or something, maybe, whatever, not important. Maybe it is. He gets out there, right? Gets BK to commit this crime. Maybe with him, maybe he wasn't with him when he did it, but he got him to do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, after he commits the crime, there's a bunch of time missing, right? Plus, there's like 20 minutes of time directly after, 15 to 20 minutes after the crime. There's time missing from the time that he turned his phone on and it pinged the first time to the time it pinged the second time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's that time. But then there's the time also from 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. November 14th, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or no, November 13th, right? Where everybody thinks that he went to Johnson, Idaho, but it was Johnson, Washington. It's in the new affidavit. It's updated. It's Johnson, Washington.
Yeah, remember they had it all screwed up because there is a Johnson,
Right,
Idaho, and people didn't. We were mixed up between the two.
Right. But it was definitely Johnson, Washington. So then that's when he went to go meet the person to tell him how it went down. Right. And, you know, he probably turned on his phone right after. And by like 9 o'clock, like he hasn't heard anything. So he went back and it's 9 o'clock and still he don't see no police or nothing. So he got he cleaned up everything. Right. But then on top of it, I mean, let's face it, man, he had a month to clean up before they they were on him. It was a month. OK, it was December. It was November 29th, right? When the first officer and the second officer within a half an hour of each other called his car in, even though they had his phone number, but they didn't pull his phone records until December 23rd.
Mm-hmm.
That's when they pulled his phone records, December 23rd. So that's when they were definitely on him. So he had all that time to clean up. And you can't clean up completely. But let's go back to the help that he had. Man. So that's why I was thinking that they had the search warrant sealed and the gag order sealed, because maybe they found evidence, maybe even like a note in his apartment that says, if you arrest him or whatever, or if you state he had help or anything like that, these people will die. You know what I mean? Like the big movie. But no, I mean that's craziness though. That's craziness. But the emphasis now, that's just a theory, man. That's craziness, right? But the emphasis now is to find out, what he really did in that time after he left, somewhere around Johnson, Washington, or Blaine, Idaho, and then what he did from 5:30 to 8:30 around Blaine, Idaho, and Johnson, Washington. So it'll all come out. I just hope we don't have to wait 6 months. I hope that there's something happens that lets it come out before then. Otherwise, it's going to be nothing but theories. That's all we got right now.
I definitely feel like, I mean, I'm not gonna. My thing is I'll go over this and do my thing. But there's some other cases I got in sight until there's new.
Yeah, there definitely is,
this.
Man. These kids missing. We're waiting too long to cover them.
Mm-hmm. Like with this case, man, there's as breaking news or whatever comes out, like this is breaking news because I mean it's something that's coming out after a gag order, so people are going to be reporting on it and we're going to talk about it. But I do have my eyes set on a couple other cases. I've been in contact with Christian Andriacchio's mom. That case is very critical and super messed up and weird. And then you got AJ Armstrong's trial next month, which is crazy, which will blow minds if you haven't seen it. Then you got
a lot of these are new to me.
You got Leo Schofield, Sean Daughtery, Kylie Rodney. I mean, I can keep going on with the amount of cases. Jessica Johnson.
What about trying to find the parents? Where are the parents of Athena Brownfield? Where are they?
Yeah,
I found today online a mugshot of the father from March 22.
Right.
There's another Facebook thing that shows a guy in the military, but that's not him. That's not him because his daughter in the picture is named Jasmine. It's not. It's just a odd thing. They have the same name, but his daughter's Jasmine. This guy's wife is Jasmine. So I'm just wondering, they must be in prison. Nobody can confirm that. They have to be in prison because how could you not come looking for your child? The mother or the father. Yet they're cooperating. They said they're cooperating. So the only way they can be cooperating and not showing up to search or on the news or anything is if they're in prison.
Ain't no doubt. Well, shit, man. I appreciate you calling in from the 847 Chicago. You repping Chicago?
Yeah, that's actually that's just a fake number, man. I'm 312.
No doubt, 312 in the building. I know. I had a 312 number. Shout out to you, brother. I appreciate you calling in.
All right, man. Thank you, Red, for all you do, man. Thank you.
Get locked and loaded for these new cases because they'll blow your mind.
Yep, I am. I'm ready for you, bro.
No doubt, brother. I'm gonna holler at you. You be safe, man.
Peace.
Later. Shout out to him, and if you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Right, caller? 48 days. Wow, could be a good caller to start down. What if he passed that phone off to someone else? What if he didn't? It's interesting. Burlington Little League. Burlington Little League, you are on the line. Are you going to hit a home run? What do you got for us today?
You cracked me up with that, T-REV. This is Kelly D.
Kelly D, you're on with me. What's going on? What you got 5 minutes. What do you got on your mind about this case? And not only that, the unsealed search warrant on Bryan Kohberger's apartment.
Oh, I've been combing it all day, and I got a lot of updates, a lot of clearing up of information.
Let's hear it.
By the way, I used to run a Little League program back in Wisconsin, and that's why it still comes up that way. Someone tagged my phone with that. So I'm not really Burlington Little League.
Hey, well, that's what it shows up.
It's all good. It's all good. Okay, so first of all, just really quickly, this Dave phone call mystery, all of that. Dave, we're not saying that Dave is Bryan. What we're saying is Bryan used Dave's phone number. So Dave is pissed off because everyone is calling him, probably the FBI and everyone else is calling him to clear him. But all he has to do is call in and clear his name. But I totally believe that Bryan used his phone number. And no innocent person is going to sit in jail 6 months waiting to plead. The ME said 1 knife. That means 1 killer. And it's totally plenty of time. 9 minutes is what he had. They show him on video going in the back door and coming out the back door. It's 9 minutes. And he had plenty of time to do that.
Right.
Brent Kohberger. We need to stop with him. I looked it up, and True Crime Time did a whole thing on it. Brent Kohberger was an amazing, beautiful person who served his country and believed he was compassionate about people. He was not a person to murder anyone. The reason he was shot was because he fired off 5 or 6 shots. I don't remember exactly what the number was. And then the SWAT team shot him. The thing about that he was holding hostage his roommates is unfactual. The roommates came out immediately when police arrived. It didn't have anything to do with him holding his roommates. Stop, please, with the Kohberger bashing. Now, with that said, I do feel like it is possible that Brent Kohberger and BK might have known each other. The, security guard and all that background. Is it possible that maybe BK got the knife from Brent Kohberger? But Brent Kohberger, there's no doubt he had no idea what was going on with BK. That needs to stop. It's just like the attacking the victims, the survivors. So the PCA changed the information. That was not a typo, because the PCA said originally the distance to Johnson, Idaho, it totally explained all of that. They changed the information. They updated as they got more information, and it was changed in this new search warrant, where it goes through the PCA in there again. So they changed it to Johnson, Washington. So all of that should be left alone. I believe that Kohberger planned, premeditated, surveilled, messaged. He was following Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana on the Instagram account. He did message. It's proven. It's fact that he did message Kaylee over and over again, but it probably went into like her spam folder. You don't get messages from people that you're not following, and that's been cleared up. I do not believe that it was an impulse crime. No way.
Now the Brent
November
guy that you mentioned, I don't know if this is true or not, but somebody
Yeah.
said, caller, my understanding is the officer who shot him is being investigated. Coroner ruled
Sure.
shooting and homicide.
Sure.
Is that true?
That's proper procedure in any police shooting. They have a separate investigation.
Right.
That's ongoing.
Well, I mean, I know that part, but I
yeah.
don't know. I didn't hear about him being investigated for homicide.
No. It's anytime there's a police officer involved shooting, they have
You got
to
to take
investigate.
leave.
Yeah, and there's an independent investigation and all of that.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything. I think that Brent definitely had PTSD, and I have PTSD. I don't need to go into all of that. But please stop with the the assumptions on PTSD and what it does to a person.
Yeah, you got to look it up.
Triggering.
People need to look it up and really understand what PTSD is. I mean, I fully don't even understand it, and I'm diagnosed with it. So, I mean, I fully don't even understand PTSD to the full extent.
Okay, so I'm just going to give you a brief of where I'm coming from. So, about a year ago, I was in a situation, and I was triggered into a reaction.
Mm-hmm.
And I was in such a state that I was so scared that I was going to hurt myself. I was thinking suicide, but I didn't want to hurt myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually committed myself for 6 days in the county mental health hospital because I was so scared I was going to hurt myself. Like, you don't know what each individual person is going through, and PTSD is different for everyone. So I just wish that people would give it a little bit more consideration, look things up and look into things before they start making assumptions, because it's really hurtful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I had the search warrant that's just been released.
Yeah.
It does not have all the information in it. It doesn't even have the search warrant that was executed on the WSU office. Of course, we don't have the search warrant information for the car and the home in Pennsylvania, but this just covers very limited information. There's so much more that we don't know.
Right.
And just because the sheath, it was reported to have BK's DNA on it, doesn't mean that it didn't have blood and other DNA and stuff on it. It just means that they had that connection to BK with that single male source.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no other male source DNA on that sheath, which makes sense because he left it in Kaylee and Maddie's. So, of course, it wouldn't have gotten Ethan's DNA on it.
Right.
So I don't know. I have a whole lot, but I can't believe I got through that list.
Well, I appreciate you getting through it, and I'm gonna get to some more callers here before I wrap everything up. I do appreciate you calling in, and I hope to hear from you again. I remember you calling in before.
Yeah. I know there was a lot of confusion with my name, but
it's okay. I don't know. It comes to as Burlington Little League.
Yeah.
But it's okay, though. I mean, hey, I appreciate you calling in and having a voice in the community, and God bless you, and hopefully I'll hear from you again.
Thank you. God bless you, T. I really love you and appreciate everything that you're doing. I call you Trev because my oldest son's name is Trevor, but
that's fine.
That's
my middle name, Trevor. So.
You're the same age as my oldest, not my oldest son. So you're like my son.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you calling in. And
Thank
like I
you.
said,
Love
I'll
you.
hear from you again. And God bless you and your family. Lock your doors. Stay safe. And we'll stay on it.
Yeah. And I love you, Red Sam.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Shout out to her. Call in 219-85-9693.
Today, Junior.
Catch me outside. How about that?
636, you're live and in the mix. What's going on? You got 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
T-REV. It's Annie. It's Nana Annie. How are you, honey?
Nana Annie, you're on the line. I'm doing gret. How about you? What are your thoughts on this?
I'm doing good. I'm so glad your grandma's doing better, honey. I'm looking at this list, watching you, and something is sticking out to me. There are 9 possible hair strands, and then there says there's 3 possible hair. And that kind of like, to me, I don't know, I could be wrong, but I'm thinking the hair strands, I'm thinking more like girls' hair. We know he has no girls because he's an idiot. Nobody goes out with them.
Right.
I mean, right. And then I was thinking with the dust container from the Bissell vacuum, I'm wondering if he didn't like vacuum maybe his car with that, and maybe they're going to find stuff from his car in there.
Very possible. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some evidence in there still.
That's what I was thinking. And also that black glove, I saw it somewhere else today, that those gloves are heavier and thicker and more resistant to puncture than regular like rubber gloves that we would normally get.
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't know. And then I saw like the 3 possible hairs, and I'm thinking, well, hell, that could be like his hair, you know. And the possible animal hair, hopefully, hoping that's Murphy's, but it just caught my eye when it had 9 possible hair strands, because when I saw that, it just more, I don't know why, it just brought me more to like a longer hair, like a girl's hair.
Right. Was it a female's hair? Like,
right.
Was it a strand of hair from a female? That's a very good question. Was there hair on him? I don't know. I mean, we'll find out.
Because it says 9 times with that, and then 3 times it says 3 possible hair, but it doesn't say strands.
I hope it is. So
that's what I'm hoping.
1
honey.
possible hair strand.
Yeah, but it says it 3 times. So 8, 9, and 10 says 1 possible hair strand 3 times. Okay, so number 5 says 8 possible hair strands, and then number 11 says 1 possible hair strand. So, the possible hair strand, the possible hair, I mean, that could be him. That could be, anything. But when I saw the strands, I was thinking maybe more like my head went right to strands, like long strands of hair. I don't know. And I was confused about the fire stick, but I'm older, honey, and I don't know much about that. I didn't know what. I thought maybe could he look up stuff with Fire TV? I don't know.
Yeah, there's a web browser on there.
Okay, so he could look up stuff with that.
Absolutely.
And then the Walmart,
that, his computer tower, his phones, all that shit.
Well, and then I'm wondering about the Walmart receipt. It said with the Dickies tag. I wonder if they can look back on the that code and see what it was that he got, like maybe like pants or a hoodie, or hopefully something will come through,
Yeah, no, they'll be able to go back into, I don't know. I've seen them do crazy shit with Walmart receipts and Home Depot receipts, and go back, literally pull up the time, the date, the purchase at the cash register, down to, I've seen them do the whole 9.
Right, like the time exactly. Yeah. Well, I just wanted to touch base with you, miss talking to you, and just glad this came out today, because this gives us a little bit more to go on, No,
absolutely. It definitely gives us a little bit more to go on. And I mean, I don't know why or how this happened with the gag order. I'd love to know the explanation for that, so I could, know the facts on why this was released out. I don't know why, but I do want to know why. For real. I want to know why they, are they able to release unsealed search warrants under a gag order? I mean,
that confused me too. Yeah, because they're saying this gag order, but then this comes out today, right?
Yeah, I'd like to have somebody in it. Maybe if somebody in the chat knows why they released it, or if you have that knowledge, call in. Let me know. Enlighten us, because we want to know, how this was released under a gag order.
And I was going to tell you one more thing.
Go ahead.
I definitely did think that Dave guy that called in was him.
Mm-hmm.
He may have used a different phone or something, but that voice to me sounds like whatever I heard from him. I think it's him.
I've had professionals hit me up and say they think that speculating and allegedly they think it's him. So I mean, like, it doesn't blow me away. His friends came out and said it's him, but I did get that. Like I said earlier in the stream, I did get a message from that number last night, and they called 4 times. I don't know if they're trolling. I don't know what. I don't know what. But I responded, and I'm not getting nothing back. I got no message. I got no calls, no anything. I got my phone sitting right here, ready to pick up.
I wonder if it's somebody he gave the phone to.
Hey, I have no idea, but I got my phone sitting right here with it fully loud, ready to blast. So if he calls while I'm live, I'll answer.
All right, sweetie. Well, you take care. Love your show, honey.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you. God bless you, ma'am. And thank you for
God
calling.
bless you, honey.
God bless you. Shout out to her.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Man, I don't know why this motherfucker did this shit, man. Dave, look, man, I'm going to need you to motherfucking call me. All right. So, look. You said give you a call, Angela? You said you can explain? All right, Angela. Let's hear it. Calling up right now. Let's hear it. Because this shit is really getting me pissed the fuck off. What's up, Angela? You're live. What's going on?
Hey, hold on one second. Okay. Okay, so as far as how the search warrant got released,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys remember, but when it originally was sealed, and when there was word that they did, the search warrant, but they sealed it, it said it would be released March 1st unless the prosecution made a motion with the court to unseal it, essentially. So I think what had happened, and I was watching a different live stream today from an attorney, and he basically said that when they did the search warrant, it was before the PCA was, it was before the PCA came out. So at that time, they thought it would pose a threat to the public, right? Because we didn't know then what we know now and what has already been made public. So he said it was kind of just like, because the search warrant was done before the PCA came out to the public, because they had to get, obviously, Bryan from Pennsylvania back to Idaho and all of that. That's the only reason why, because when they initially did the search warrant, they wanted it sealed because we didn't know all this info yet. Well, now that the public knows all this info, there's no reason for it to still be sealed. And I remember when they did do the gag order, someone from, I don't remember if it was just like from the court or from the prosecution or whoever it was, some official came out and said, all we're trying to do is make it to where the court record is the sole source of information for the public. We don't want there to be the rumors and speculation, whatnot. So obviously a search warrant is it's part of the court record. So if there's any more motions and stuff filed with the court between now and the prelim hearing, we still might see those documents. It's not that they're trying to shut us out completely. It's just they only want the official court record to be made public until trial.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I learned, was that originally it was sealed and under, the sealing had nothing to do with the gag order. The sealing of the search warrant had to do with them thinking, not wanting information to be out there beforehand. But then once the PCA became public, now there was no reason to still have it sealed.
Mm.
So That's what I learned today.
Well done. I'm glad you were able to enlighten us on that.
Yeah. So I checked. I saw it on the lawyer. His stream. He did a live stream today. Kind of broke everything down, and that is what he had said, which made total sense. Okay, and another thing that I was thinking about. Did you hear on the Drunk Turkey show, and that one mom called in and like her kids go to school out there? Did you hear about all that?
I heard something about it.
Okay, so this lady's basically saying that like there's a lot of drugs and whatnot coming into that house, and there's more to this story. Now, by no means do I think these kids were moving like massive amounts of weight through that house.
Mm-hmm.
By no means.
Mm-hmm.
But I had seen a body cam video of one of the girls, I'm not going to name who, and it was when there was a noise complaint. And in my informed opinion, based on things I have done in my life, she was clearly on Molly. Like, I've seen people rolling before. I'm watching this body cam video, and I'm like, this girl was clearly on something, not just drunk. And I think that would explain why Dylan called friends first, because they probably wanted to get any drugs they had out of that house before police came and tore that house apart. So I was kind of thinking of that. I'm like, if this mom is saying this is true, because the mom was saying that like this house is known to have Molly and party drugs and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, well, that makes sense, because the one body cam video I saw, like, obviously I can't say for a fact, but Trev, I've done my fair share of partying in my life. And there's a certain look that people have when they're on certain drugs. Not to like, I'm not, putting them down or anything, but I'm like, well, if that was the case, maybe that's why Dylan called her friends first, because she was scared if they had drugs in the house. I don't know. Just a thought that I had.
Do you think?
Which still doesn't make it okay. I mean, it still doesn't make it okay, but if you're 19, 20, 21, however old she is, they're probably, freaking out that the cops are going to find something more than just, weed and liquor in their house.
Now, do you think that they got the right dude?
I think so for sure, but like I do think that there's some holes in the case. I think that as far as what we know, I think the timeline is super tight. And I think we have heard only one side of things. Now, in my opinion, the evidence as we know it is very, very damning. But at the same time, the defense has not had a chance to poke any holes yet, or to, debunk or argue anything else. Like, my gut says they got the right guy. He's a creep. There's some things you can't explain. Why is he throwing his trash in his neighbor's trash bin when, it's not like the houses in Pennsylvania. They said it was like quite a walk to like his neighbor's trash bin. There's some things you just cannot explain. I just really hope the police in Idaho and the prosecution team put together a really tight case, because there are some things that concern me. Mainly the timeline. I don't know how someone does that in like 8 to 10 minutes. It's just, that's when I think, well, maybe might have had some help. I just don't know.
Yeah, that shit's crazy. It is blowing my damn mind.
It is, and unfortunately we're just not going to know for sure until there's a trial. So I'm trying to be like, I don't know. I like to play like devil's advocate all the time, right? I mean, even just things I even agree with, right? Like I can love one politician, but I'll argue against them just to like create an argument and a discussion with somebody, just to have another perspective on looking at stuff. So when I look at this case, I'm like, okay, like my gut tells me, yeah, I think they got the right guy. But what's the jury going to think? Or what's the defense going to be able to say? Like, what can his excuses be for his phone pinging by there 12 times? Well, maybe he drove DoorDash on the weekends. We don't know. Maybe he, I saw that he interviewed or applied for the internship with the police department. part of that is you have to do like ride-alongs. Maybe he did some of those or volunteered his time, and that's why his phone was pinging. Like, I'm not saying these are just total random shit I'm pulling out of my ass right now. I'm just thinking, like, I really hope the state and the prosecutors have a tight case, because a lot of things can be explained away because they're circumstantial. And if the only thing they really have as of right now is that touch DNA on the button, I don't think that that's solely enough, especially in this day and age where I think jurors love DNA evidence and, like, they want hardcore, solid DNA proof. So it just concerns me. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I think he is innocent. I'm not saying, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just worried, and I hope to God that they have, like, something more, or something comes of these items that they tested, that they, got in the search warrant. I just hope that there's more. That's all. And they have a good way of explaining things.
Tell me about it. I'm on the same page with you on that.
Yeah, because some of the things are kind of like if I was on the jury and they're like, yeah, no military training, no this, no that. He went in there and did this, killed these 4 people and walked out within 8-9 minutes. I'd be like, what? It doesn't make any sense, right? So, like I said, that's when I thought, well, maybe he had help, because I do think he did it or was involved, or at the very least, he had help. And as far as him talking, I don't know if he'd be talking yet. Like, I just don't know. I think it's too far away from the preliminary hearing. I think he wants to see what they have first. And I think that he's that cocky that he might try to see if he can beat this. And I think that if he did have an accomplice or someone helping him, if and when he felt like his back was against the wall and he couldn't beat the case, then I think he would talk.
All right.
If he thought that there was no way out, yes. But I think at this point he's cocky. He thinks he could beat it. He ain't saying shit, because this is a game to him, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's definitely a game to him, in my opinion. I mean, did anybody else get arrested? Shit like that.
Exactly. He thinks he's some, like, criminal mastermind. This is a game to him. So I don't. Shit, if this is any random person on the street, they get caught with a bunch of drugs, I mean, they're snitching on whoever, right? Like, but this is a little different. I mean, he thinks that he can beat the system. So
I don't know why.
Maybe.
What it is.
Listen, I don't know why a lot of people do a lot of things, but
Tell me about it.
Yeah. So. But those were just my thoughts, and that was my thought about Dylan too, because I was really heavy on, like, man, let's not bash her, and I still feel that way, because I it seems so and it doesn't make sense. Like, why would she wait so long? But what if she was? What if she was like, they were all on Molly, high as shit. She don't know what she's, maybe she's just like, man, I'm tripping, I'm going to bed. Like, literally, I don't know what I'm seeing right now. Passes out, wakes up, realizes what's going on, is like, oh shit, we got to get these drugs out of this house, because we're going to call the police, obviously, and they're going to tear this place up. I'm not making an excuse for it, but then when I heard that mom on the other show talking about how much there's a connection between drugs and that house in general, not just those kids, but according to her kids, I mean, there's so much turnover in that house. Basically, by semester, every semester, there's, like, new tenants in there. And that house has always been known to just be a place to go to get drugs. Yeah.
Well, thank you for enlightening us on that. And I'm about to watch this video real quick, because it says neighbor of Bryan Kohberger says suspect. Hold up. There was this one. Where was it at? That's not the one I was looking at. I was looking at this one where the neighbor said that he was talking about DNA and shit about this case.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no doubt. I seen it earlier.
All right. Well,
So-
I'm definitely going to have to check it out. Yeah, as soon as we get off the phone, I'll hop back on so I can watch it. But I definitely, whenever you have time, I recommend checking out that live stream that the lawyer. I think his name is Peter. I don't know. Anyways, I can put it in Discord, but he did a really good live not only breaking down the search warrant, but why they unsealed it. And it really seemingly had nothing to do with the gag order in general. I guess it was supposed to be released on March 1st at the latest anyway.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Right here it says Kohberger told neighbor of prior DNA tests, raising questions about how police found him. It's actually it was a post that I found in the Idaho Statesman.
Oh wow.
Which was interesting.
Which what?
It was interesting to see it.
Oh.
I don't know. I was like, damn, those rumors are already getting out there.
That's
I
crazy.
posted it in Discord just now.
All right, I'm definitely gonna check it out. There was one lady on Twitter. She's like a retired FBI, and when the search warrant came out
Coffin Dolphin
today, yes. I don't know if you saw that when she was like, leaks are gonna happen no matter what. Like
I'm backstage with her on Kumo.
What?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep. She was like, leaks are gonna happen no matter what. So I do think we're gonna keep getting a little like drips and little breadcrumbs between now and June, but
yeah, you're gonna get breadcrumbs and rumors from Bobby and Johnson who work with the plumber service, and you're gonna hear a bunch of different little things that come out until then. But
yeah,
I mean, this is gonna be, I think, maybe the biggest until June, in my opinion. But I could be wrong like a mug. I could be wrong.
Yeah, but who knows? I mean, unless something comes out to where I don't mean comes out to the public, but unless he is brought with, or they get discovery and see what the state actually has against him, then maybe he takes a deal or he snitches on an accomplice or something like that. But aside from that happening, I agree with you. I think this is probably going to be.
Yeah, and you're talking about old Peter Tragos with a lawyer,
Peter Tragos. Yes. Yeah.
The one that said Brian's innocent.
He what?
The lawyer who said Brian's innocent.
Well, he says he's big on like innocent until proven guilty. I mean, he's a lawyer.
Absolutely.
And
all lawyers
a defense lawyer. Exactly. He's a criminal defense attorney.
He's a defense attorney?
Yes. Well, he started out as a criminal defense attorney, and now he does like personal injury, according to him. Mostly. But yeah, he practices, and I guess his dad was like part of like the Florida Bar Association. His dad is some highly esteemed attorney in Florida. I don't know the specifics.
Oh,
but
yeah,
he was
a defense attorney, so he's gonna be huge on innocent till proven guilty for sure. But
right. And which part of me, like, look, I do agree with that. There are a lot of innocent people that get convicted, and there's criminals that walk free every day. Like, there's definitely flaws in our system, but like sometimes you just can't dispute with some evidence. I just like watching his channel because the legal aspect, like, he breaks it down and makes it very simple for like, the common person. And he'll say, I mean, he has said too, like, this guy's obviously, he can be a creep, he can be weirdo. He's hitting girls up on Instagram. They're not responding, but does that mean he killed them? And I think he's just playing, like I said, like devil's advocate and speaking in a way that a defense attorney is going to speak, which the state needs to be prepared for that. Like, if dudes killed girls, that, like, I would be dead 1,000 times over. The amount of DMs that I reject, like, do you know what I mean, or don't even respond to. Like, I'm just saying, like, he will raise questions to make you go, well, hey, I hope the state's got that covered. I hope they have that covered too, because any good criminal defense attorney is going to bring this shit up, and it's on the state to prove it.
Right. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
All right, well, I'm going to check that out in Discord. I've been sitting in my car. I picked my son up, so I'm going to run in the house, but I will be continuing to listen.
Well,
thanks for calling.
I'll talk to you soon, and make sure you hit up E.
Yeah, no. Like I said, we just got home. I'm sitting down having a glass of wine. I'm going to hit her up right now.
No doubt. I'll holler at you. Right. Be easy.
Thank you. Talk soon. You too.
Later. All right. I don't know, guys. I mean, let me see in the chat. Let me talk to the chat here for a minute. Let's drop it here like this. Let me get ones in the chat if you think Bryan is the allegedly speculating wise the person responsible for this crime. I want to hear it. Do you guys think that? 1 for yes, 2 for no? I just want to see. Out of the show of 1,450 people, do you think he is? Do we got the guy? The ones are going crazy, and I'm looking at it on my phone, and it is going ape shit. Dirk Diggler would be the one to put 6'9".
Today, Junior.
111 Freckles, I don't know. 2 1 probably, but more to the story. Maybe yes, we got the guy. No way. 111 with a big plot twist. Treb says Mike D. 111. Yes, Peter. 1 420. 1 both 1 and 2 1 1 2 1 2 1 2. Damn. A lot of ones. I'll say majority was 1. Like right now on the voting poll, I mean, I got, do you think Bryan Kohberger is our suspect after what you've seen today? Allegedly, 74% of you think fry the fucker. Nope, he's being framed, 5%. And 50-50, this guy could be innocent, 20%. Wow. Wow. Interesting. Well, tomorrow we're going to have a longer live. It's 10 o'clock. I would be on longer if I didn't have another appointment, but I do. So I'll be on tomorrow for sure. We'll be live. We'll spark it up. Thank you, everybody who was here tonight. I appreciate you guys. We had a great fucking time, and I had a wonderful night with you guys. Thank you for everybody who called in. We will be back tomorrow 100%. Like I said, I can't stay up late. I got to make sure I get to this next doctor's appointment tomorrow, but I will be on tomorrow and will be on longer. So prepare for a longer live tomorrow. I love you guys. And let's go ahead and do this real quick. Before we go, let's pay. Hold on. Where's it at? Where's it at? We got to get it. We got to do this right every time. Okay. Thank you. All right. Having a moment of silence for the victims. And let me get hashtag justice for the Idaho 4 in the chat. Run it up. Don't forget to tell somebody you love them and hug them, because you never know when your last day is here. Thank you, everybody. I'm out.